Imagine this. You are carrying a heavy bag filled with every mistake, every regret, every wound, and every false identity you've ever picked up. With every step you take, the weight crushes you a little more. Most people never drop this bag. They cling to it, drag it through life, and wonder why they feel weak, exhausted, and broken. But what if you chose differently? What if instead of carrying the old you burned it down completely? What if you let every weak version of yourself die so that something unshakable could rise in its place? The Buddha once said, "No one saves us but ourselves. No one can and no one may. We ourselves must walk the path." These words are a reminder that transformation cannot come from others. It must be built by you, step by step, in solitude and silence. Buddhism teaches that destruction is not the end. It is the beginning. The old self must die for the new self to be born. And this rebirth does not require applause, support, or company. It requires the courage to walk alone. In silence, you meet the truth. In solitude, you find your power. And in that fire, the weak self crumbles and the strong self rises. Today, I will share with you 7 powerful lessons on how to destroy every weak version of yourself and rebuild alone so that nothing in this world can ever break you again. 1. Burn attachment to the old self. Weakness does not come from who you are right now. It comes from who you refuse to let go of. Most people cannot step into a stronger, freer, and wiser version of themselves because they are still holding on to the ghost of their past identity. They replay old mistakes over and over in their mind, almost like a broken record that never stops. They continue to define themselves by who they were years ago, clinging to failures, regrets, and even outdated successes, as if those things still describe who they are today. But the truth is, those versions of yourself are gone. The person you were yesterday no longer exists. The memories remain, but the self that lived them is gone. Buddhism teaches us that clinging to the past, to identities, to illusions, is the root of suffering. The weak self is built out of attachment because it cannot stop looking backward. It cannot stop carrying the weight of yesterday into today. When you do this, you are not living. You are dragging chains, forcing yourself to walk while burdened by things that no longer matter. The old self is like a shadow. It looks familiar, it seems connected to you, but it has no substance. A shadow cannot protect you, it cannot guide you, and it cannot help you move forward. It is only an echo of light cast on the ground. If you try to live through your shadow, you will always feel empty, lost, and stuck. To destroy the weak version of yourself, you must make the bold choice to burn those attachments. Let them turn into ash. This means forgiving yourself for mistakes that you still secretly punish yourself for. It means releasing the shame of what you once did, no matter how dark or embarrassing those moments feel. It means refusing to allow yesterday's failures to poison today's opportunities. Carrying the past is like carrying bags filled with heavy rocks. You believe you need them, but in reality, they are only slowing you down. The moment you drop them, you will feel an immediate lightness in your heart. The path ahead suddenly feels less impossible because you are no longer dragging dead weight. Imagine your old self as a house that once sheltered you, but now the walls are cracked, the roof is falling in, and the foundation is rotten. You may feel tempted to keep fixing it because it once served you, but no matter how much you patch it up, it will never be strong again. The wisest choice is to burn it down, not in anger, but in acceptance. You take the ashes and use them to fertilize the soil so something new and strong can grow in its place. This is what it means to burn attachment to the old self. You do not deny that it existed. You honor it, you learn from it, and then you release it. Just as a snake sheds its skin to grow, you must shed your old identity to rise. Holding on to who you were will only keep you stuck in suffering. But once you destroy the weak self and let it go, you create space for the stronger self to be born. Only then can you rebuild, not on rotten foundations, but on the fresh soil of freedom, wisdom, and strength. 2. Walk alone without fear. One of the greatest sources of weakness in human beings is the inability to walk alone. From the time we are children, we are conditioned to crave company, to seek approval, and to constantly surround ourselves with noise and people so that we never feel the silence of solitude. And yet, solitude is the very place where strength is forged. The Buddha himself often retreated into forests, caves, and mountains to sit in silence, not because he rejected the world, but because he understood that the deepest truths of life are revealed when there are no distractions. Walking alone is not punishment. It is a sacred path to power. Most people cannot imagine sitting alone without their phones, without music, without someone to talk to. They fear that silence because in silence the mind speaks loudly. And when the mind begins to speak, all of the hidden fears, insecurities, and unhealed wounds rise to the surface. This is why so many avoid being alone. They would rather drown in noise than confront the voice within. But here is the truth. If you are too afraid to face yourself, you will never rise above yourself. The weak self depends on others for strength, leaning on the crowd to feel important, valuable, or safe. But the strong self is unshakable precisely because it has learned to stand without needing to lean. When you walk alone, you learn the greatest lesson of all, that you are enough. You discover that your value does not depend on applause, on validation, or on people surrounding you. The crowd may praise you today and abandon you tomorrow, but solitude teaches you that your strength does not come from them, it comes from within. Think about a tree growing in the middle of a mountain. It does not have a gardener to water it, nor people to admire it, and yet it grows tall, unbending, and unshaken by storms. Why? Because its roots go deep. In the same way, solitude forces you to send your roots inward to draw nourishment from your own soul rather than from temporary attention. Walking alone also builds clarity. When you are always in the company of others, their voices begin to drown out your own. You start to confuse their expectations with your true desires. You begin to live life not according to your inner compass, but according to the crowd's demands. And so you find yourself exhausted, constantly chasing the approval of others, yet feeling empty. But when you walk alone, you hear your own voice clearly. The noise of the world fades, and the truth of your heart emerges. You realize what truly matters to you, and you begin to live authentically. The weak self fears abandonment, always anxious that being alone means being unloved. But the strong self knows that solitude is not loneliness, it is freedom. Loneliness is when you crave others and feel incomplete without them. Solitude is when you are complete in yourself, when you walk alone and yet feel whole. The Buddha once said, "If you cannot find a good companion to walk with, walk alone, like a king who has renounced his kingdom, or like an elephant roaming the forest alone." This is not a call to isolation, it is a call to inner strength. Walking alone does not mean you reject others, it means you are no longer dependent on them for your identity, your peace, or your worth. When you master solitude, fear loses its grip on you. You stop worrying about who supports you, who understands you, and who stands beside you, because you have already proven to yourself that you can stand even if no one else does. This is what makes you unshakable. The world cannot control you with rejection because you no longer fear walking without them. You do not beg for company. You do not collapse in silence. Instead, you walk forward steadily, with dignity, like a monk walking through a busy marketplace, untouched by noise, grounded in calm, carrying the power of solitude within. To destroy the weak self, you must first break its dependence on people, on applause, and on constant company. To rebuild the strong self, you must embrace solitude as training, as a furnace that burns weakness and forges strength. When you learn to walk alone without fear, you gain the rarest kind of freedom, the freedom to walk anywhere, to face anyone, and to live fully, whether you stand in the middle of a crowd or in the silence of the mountains. 3. Break the chains of desire. If attachment is the weight that keeps you stuck in the past, then desire is the chain that keeps you enslaved to the future. The weak version of yourself is always chasing something just out of reach: more comfort, more wealth, more recognition, more love. It lives in a state of endless hunger, convinced that happiness is always one step away, if only it can grab the next thing. But here is the truth. No matter how much the weak self chases, it never finds peace, because desire has no finish line. The moment you get what you want, the mind invents something else to chase, and the cycle begins again. This is why the Buddha taught that craving and desire are at the very root of suffering, because they trap you in an endless race that you can never win. Think of the old self as someone chained to a wheel that never stops turning. Each desire pulls the wheel forward. The desire for status, the desire for comfort, the desire for recognition, the desire for approval. The weak self keeps running on this wheel, mistaking movement for progress, but in truth it never moves anywhere. It exhausts itself, all while believing it is getting closer to fulfillment. If you want to destroy this version of yourself, you must break free from the chains of desire and step off the wheel. The strong self does not chase endlessly. It stands firm in contentment. It learns to find joy not in chasing, but in being. Now, this does not mean Buddhism teaches you to reject all of life's pleasures. It does not mean you must live with nothing, denying yourself every joy. Instead, it means you must change your relationship with desire. The weak self is controlled by desire. It becomes a servant to cravings. The strong self uses desire wisely, without letting it dictate every action. For example, food is necessary, but the weak self eats to satisfy endless cravings, never content. The strong self eats with mindfulness, appreciating every bite and knowing when enough is enough. The difference is not in what you have, it is in how you relate to it. Desire creates weakness because it keeps you at the mercy of the world. If your happiness depends on money, then money controls you. If your happiness depends on people's praise, then people control you. If your happiness depends on comfort, then discomfort destroys you. In all these ways, desire keeps you enslaved. But when you destroy the weak self by breaking the chains of desire, no one controls you anymore. You are free because nothing outside of you dictates how you feel inside. The Buddha compared desire to fire. When you feed the fire with wood, it grows bigger and hungrier, demanding more. The more you give it, the more it burns. In the same way, the weak self believes that feeding desire will bring peace, but instead it only grows hungrier and more restless. The strong self, however, learns to stop feeding the fire. It sees desire for what it is, an illusion that promises happiness but always leaves emptiness behind. When you stop feeding it, the fire begins to fade, leaving behind stillness, clarity, and peace. Imagine a man chained in a marketplace, always chasing glittering objects that others wave in front of him. He stretches for them, desperate, thinking each object will free him, but each time he reaches, the chain yanks him back. That man is the weak self. Now imagine breaking the chain. Imagine realizing you do not need the objects at all, that you already hold what you were searching for within yourself. That is the moment of liberation. That is the birth of the strong self. When you practice breaking the chains of desire, you begin to experience freedom in the simplest moments. You no longer need constant stimulation to feel alive. You no longer measure your worth by what you own, who praises you, or how much comfort you have. Instead, you discover contentment in being alive, in breathing, in seeing the world as it is without constantly demanding more from it. The weak self begs life to give it happiness. The strong self creates peace from within. Destroying the weak self in this way does not happen overnight. Desire is deeply ingrained. It whispers every day, telling you to chase, to crave, to grasp. But every time you choose discipline over indulgence, every time you choose gratitude over craving, you weaken the chain. And with enough practice, the chains break completely. When they do, you will feel a freedom unlike anything the world can sell you, because it is a freedom that no one can take away. The strong self is born when you finally stop begging the world for happiness and realize that nothing outside of you has the power to complete you. Breaking the chains of desire is not the end of joy. It is the beginning of real joy, a joy that does not depend on chasing, craving, or clinging. It is the joy of being free. 4. Transform pain into fuel. The weak version of yourself sees pain as an enemy. It hides from discomfort, avoids challenges, and trembles at the first sign of hardship. It spends its life trying to escape suffering, believing that true happiness is found in comfort, pleasure, and ease. But life itself proves this belief wrong, because no matter how much comfort you surround yourself with, suffering always finds a way to enter. The loss of loved ones, the disappointment of failure, the sting of betrayal, the weight of uncertainty, these are not accidents, they are part of existence itself. The Buddha taught that suffering, or dukkha, is one of the fundamental truths of life. To deny this is to live in illusion. But to face it, to accept it, is to walk the path of wisdom. The weak self avoids pain by numbing it. It runs to distractions, endless scrolling, shallow pleasures, food or substances, anything that helps it forget, even temporarily. But pain does not disappear when ignored, it only burrows deeper, waiting to return with greater force. Avoidance makes you weaker because it trains you to collapse at the slightest discomfort. The strong self, however, learns the opposite. It looks directly at pain, not with fear, but with curiosity. It asks, "What is this pain here to teach me?" Because every pain, no matter how sharp, holds within it the seed of wisdom. When you stop treating suffering as punishment and start treating it as a teacher, you take the first step in transforming it into fuel. Think of the way fire works. To the weak self, fire is terrifying. It burns, it destroys, it consumes. But to the strong self, fire is not just destruction, it is transformation. It turns raw wood into light and heat. In the same way, pain can consume you if you resist it. But if you accept it and learn from it, pain transforms into energy that strengthens you. The Buddha's own path to enlightenment was not free of pain. He endured hunger, discomfort, loneliness, and rejection. But instead of allowing those experiences to break him, he transformed them into insight. He understood that suffering reveals the impermanence of life, that pain is not forever, and that through it, we learn compassion, resilience, and clarity. Every hardship you face is an opportunity to grow stronger. When life disappoints you, the weak self sinks into bitterness, repeating the story of how unfair the world is. The strong self, on the other hand, sees disappointment as a chance to practice patience. When your body suffers illness or exhaustion, the weak self collapses into self-pity. The strong self uses it as a lesson in humility and awareness of mortality. When people betray you, the weak self builds walls and closes its heart. The strong self learns discernment and forgiveness, realizing that pain caused by others is a reminder not to cling to temporary things. In every situation you have a choice. Allow pain to break you or allow it to build you. Pain also has the power to strip away illusions. When life is comfortable, you forget how fragile it is. You become careless, entitled, and arrogant. But when suffering strikes, it reminds you that nothing is permanent. Wealth fades, beauty changes, health declines, relationships end. Instead of seeing this truth as depressing, the strong self sees it as liberating. If nothing lasts forever, then you are free from clinging. Pain forces you to face reality, and in that reality lies freedom. The weak self resists this truth, wishing for a world that never changes. The strong self accepts it fully, using the awareness of impermanence to live more mindfully, more gratefully, and more courageously. Imagine a piece of metal placed into a blazing furnace. The weak metal, full of impurities, will melt and lose its shape. But strong metal, when placed in the same fire, is purified, forged, and shaped into something more powerful. You are the same. The fire of suffering can either melt you into weakness or forge you into greatness, depending on how you face it. Avoiding the fire ensures weakness. Embracing it ensures strength. To destroy the weak self, you must stop running from pain and stop seeing it as a curse. Instead, recognize it as a sacred invitation to rise. Every hardship you endure is preparing you for something greater, carving away what is false so that only what is real remains. To rebuild the strong self, you must practice looking at pain without resistance, asking yourself, how can this help me grow? Over time, you will find that pain no longer controls you. It no longer terrifies you. Instead, it becomes your ally, your teacher, your fuel. The most unshakable people are not those who never suffered, but those who suffered deeply and allowed it to refine them. They learned not to fear pain, but to walk through it with grace, knowing it is temporary and purposeful. This is the way of the strong self. By transforming pain into fuel, you take the very thing that once threatened to destroy you and turn it into the force that carries you toward freedom, wisdom, and strength. 5. Practice death of the ego. If there is one thing that keeps the weak version of yourself alive and breathing, it is the ego. The ego is the voice that constantly says, "Look at me, recognize me, respect me, praise me." It is the fragile self-image that demands validation from the world, the identity that feels insulted when ignored, the part of you that grows arrogant when praised but collapses into despair when criticized. The ego makes you reactive, restless, and unstable because it ties your sense of self-worth to forces you cannot control. One moment you feel powerful because people admire you, and the next moment you feel broken because someone disrespected you. This roller coaster is the life of the weak self, and it is exhausting. Buddhism teaches that what we call self is an illusion. There is no permanent, unchanging identity to protect. The I you cling to is nothing more than a collection of thoughts, emotions, memories, and desires, all of which change from moment to moment. And yet, the ego clings desperately to this illusion, insisting that it must be fed, protected, and glorified. This is why the ego is a source of suffering. It is a house built on shifting sand. The weak self keeps running to defend it, but the strong self learns to let it die. Practicing the death of the ego is not about destroying your personality or rejecting who you are. Instead, it is about dissolving the illusion that you are a fixed, separate identity that must always be right, admired, or superior. When the ego dies, humility and freedom are born. You stop needing to prove yourself to the world because you no longer measure yourself by the world's judgments. You stop being offended so easily because you no longer take every criticism as a personal attack. You stop craving praise because your value no longer depends on being seen or applauded. The weak self is like a puppet controlled by strings, with each string representing praise, recognition, or status. Pull one string, praise, and the puppet dances happily. Pull another, insult, and the puppet collapses in despair. But the strong self cuts those strings. It refuses to be moved by the constant push and pull of the world. This is why the Buddha often taught detachment from ego as the path to liberation. He said, "To conquer oneself is a greater task than conquering others. And conquering yourself means silencing the ego's endless demands. Think of water flowing down a mountain. It does not argue with rocks. It does not demand to be admired. It does not insist on its importance. It simply flows humbly, quietly, and yet with unstoppable strength. That is what a person looks like when the ego dies. They move through life freely, without being trapped by pride or wounded by insult. Their power comes not from being recognized, but from being free of the need to be recognized. To practice the death of the ego, you must begin by observing it. Notice how quickly it reacts when someone ignores you, how angry it becomes when someone disrespects you, how proud it feels when someone praises you. See it clearly, without judgment, like watching clouds pass across the sky. Then remind yourself, this is not who I truly am. This is the illusion of the ego. The more you practice, the less control it has over you. Slowly, its voice grows quieter, until one day you realize that insults and praises no longer shake you. When the ego dies, something extraordinary happens. You discover peace. The constant hunger for validation disappears, and with it, the endless anxiety of wondering how others see you. You no longer waste energy defending an identity that was never real to begin with. Instead, you live lightly, free from the weight of pride and insecurity. The strong self is born not when you are admired by everyone, but when you no longer need admiration at all. The death of ego also opens the door to compassion. When you no longer see yourself as a separate, superior being who must always be right, you begin to see others as equals. Their struggles become your struggles. Their pain becomes your pain. You realize that just as you suffer from pride and fear, so do they. This understanding softens you, deepens your empathy, and makes you truly human. The weak self lives and dies by the ego. It rises when praised and falls when insulted. But the strong self is untouchable, because it is no longer chained to the illusion of identity. Practicing the death of the ego does not make you powerless, it makes you free. It allows you to live like water, calm, flowing, unstoppable. And in that freedom, you discover a strength that no insult, no failure, and no opinion can ever take away. 6. Build discipline like a monk. If weakness is the fruit, then lack of discipline is the root. The weak version of yourself is not necessarily weak because it lacks potential. It is weak because it wastes potential. It wakes up late, gives in to every craving, speaks without control, acts without intention, and allows laziness and distraction to rule the day. It wants change, but resists the effort required. It dreams of transformation, but refuses the discipline to achieve it. This is why the weak self always remains the same, because without discipline, nothing is built. Discipline is the bridge between who you are and who you could be. Without it, the bridge is broken, and you are trapped on the shore of weakness. Buddhism teaches that discipline is not a punishment, but a form of liberation. The Buddha and his monks lived with strict discipline, rising before dawn, eating mindfully, meditating daily, walking with awareness, speaking with restraint, and following codes of conduct that shaped every aspect of life. To the weak self, this sounds suffocating, as if freedom is lost. But the truth is the opposite. Discipline is not the enemy of freedom, it is its very foundation. Without discipline, you are a slave to impulses, habits, and cravings. With discipline, you master yourself, and only then are you truly free. Think of a wild horse with no reins. It runs wherever it pleases, wasting its strength, trampling fields, and exhausting itself. That is the weak self without discipline. Now imagine the same horse, trained and guided with care, its energy focused and controlled. It becomes powerful, fast, and purposeful. That is the strong self built by discipline. Without control, power is wasted. With discipline, power is directed. Building discipline like a monk means bringing mindfulness and structure into your daily life. The weak self craves comfort and instant gratification, but the disciplined self embraces routine and structure as the path to mastery. Waking up early, not because it is easy, but because it sharpens the mind. Eating with awareness, not for indulgence, but for nourishment. Meditating, not just when convenient, but every day, to train the mind as one would train a muscle. Practicing restraint in speech, refusing to gossip or waste words, and speaking only with purpose. Each of these practices might seem small, but together they form a fortress of discipline that no weakness can break. It is easy to underestimate the power of small, consistent acts. But Buddhism emphasizes that greatness is not built in grand gestures, but in daily practice. Just as water shapes rock, not through force, but through persistence, discipline shapes the self through repetition. The weak self wants quick results. It wants enlightenment in a day, strength without struggle, peace without practice. But the strong self knows that transformation comes slowly through steady discipline. Every time you choose discipline over laziness, you carve away weakness. Every time you hold to your routine despite discomfort, you strengthen the foundation of your new self. Discipline is also a shield. Without it, you are vulnerable to every distraction, every craving, every emotion that arises. One insult can ruin your day. One craving can break your health. One impulse can destroy your progress. But with discipline, you carry a shield that protects you from being controlled by these fleeting urges. The Buddha taught that discipline of the mind is the highest discipline, because when the mind is mastered, everything else follows. The strong self is not controlled by anger, desire, or laziness, because discipline has built a wall of self-mastery. The weak self fears discipline because it confuses it with suffering. It thinks, if I restrict myself, I will lose joy. But the truth is that discipline does not take joy away. It refines it. A monk who eats mindfully experiences more peace and gratitude than someone who eats endlessly without awareness. A person who restrains their speech feels more respect and clarity than one who talks without control. Discipline creates space for real joy because it removes the chaos of indulgence. To build discipline like a monk, start small. Commit to one practice and honor it daily. It may be rising at a set time, meditating for a few minutes, or observing silence for part of the day. What matters is not the size of the practice, but the consistency. Each small act of discipline strengthens the mind, sharpens awareness, and weakens the grip of weakness. Over time, these small acts accumulate into profound transformation. Discipline is the sword that cuts away weakness, laziness, and distraction. It is the structure upon which the strong self is built. Without it, you are at the mercy of cravings, emotions, and impulses. With it, you are the master of yourself. To destroy the weak self, you must stop living by impulse and start living by intention. To rebuild the strong self, you must walk the disciplined path, not for a day or a week, but as a lifelong practice. When discipline becomes your companion, weakness no longer has a place to live within you. 7. Rebirth through mindfulness. Rebirth is often misunderstood as something that happens after death, as if it belongs only to another world or another lifetime. But Buddhism teaches us that rebirth is not something distant. It is something that happens in every single moment. Every breath you take is an opportunity to die to the old self and be born anew. The weak version of you clings to yesterday. It repeats the same mistakes, it replays the same regrets, and it carries the same burdens into today. But the strong self understands that every moment holds the possibility of rebirth. To be reborn does not mean to become someone else. It means to shed the illusions that weigh you down and awaken fully to the life that is happening right now. And the key to this rebirth is mindfulness. Mindfulness is the art of being fully present, of living with awareness instead of drifting unconsciously through life. The weak self lives like a sleepwalker, going through motions without thought. It eats without tasting, speaks without meaning, listens without hearing, and moves without noticing. This unconscious living creates suffering because it keeps you trapped in cycles you are not even aware of. You repeat the same harmful habits, fall into the same emotional traps, and waste your days without realizing that time is slipping away. But mindfulness breaks this cycle. It shines a light into the darkness of habit and illusion, showing you clearly where you are, who you are, and what you are doing. To practice mindfulness is to practice rebirth. Each time you choose awareness over distraction, you are killing the old self that lived unconsciously. Each time you breathe with intention, you silence the restless mind that wanders endlessly. Each time you act with presence, you free yourself from the prison of autopilot living. This is not a small change, it is a profound transformation, because the weak self survives only in unconsciousness. It thrives when you are not paying attention, when you eat out of boredom, when you react out of anger, when you cling out of fear. But when you awaken through mindfulness, the weak self dissolves because it cannot survive in the light of awareness. The Buddha described mindfulness as the path to liberation. He taught that when you live mindfully, you see reality as it truly is, impermanent, changing, beyond your control. This awareness does not bring despair, it brings peace. When you understand that nothing lasts forever, you stop clinging desperately. You let go of past regrets because they are already gone. You stop worrying about the future because it has not yet come. You live here, in this moment, where life is real. The old self, fragile, anxious, restless, dies the moment you stop drifting into past and future. The strong self is born when you anchor yourself in the present. Rebirth through mindfulness is not dramatic or loud. It is quiet, subtle, and deeply powerful. It happens in simple things. When you take a breath and notice it fully, you are reborn. When you eat with awareness, tasting each bite as if it were the first, you are reborn. When you speak slowly, consciously choosing your words, you are reborn. When you sit in silence and simply watch your thoughts without clinging to them, you are reborn. Each moment of mindfulness is a small death of the old, distracted self and a small birth of the new, aware self. And these small deaths and births, repeated daily, create a complete transformation. The weak self sees mindfulness as boring, unnecessary, or even impossible. It says, "Why pay attention? Life is too busy, too fast." But this is precisely why mindfulness is essential. Life's busyness is an illusion, because life is not the past you regret, nor the future you chase. Life is only this moment. If you are not here for it, you are not really living. You are only surviving, caught between memory and imagination. The strong self refuses this illusion. It chooses to be here, fully awake, fully alive. That is the power of mindfulness. It brings you back to life, again and again, until every day becomes a new beginning. Consider the story of a man standing in a river. The weak self is swept away by the current, dragged by thoughts of yesterday, pulled by fears of tomorrow, unable to stand. But the strong self plants its feet firmly, feels the water flow, and remains steady. The river is life, always moving, always changing. You cannot stop it. But through mindfulness, you can stand in it without being carried away. This steadiness is rebirth, the shift from being controlled by life to living in harmony with it. Mindfulness also teaches you compassion. When you are present, you begin to notice not just your own breath, but the breath of others. You begin to see that every person you meet is fighting battles you cannot see, carrying burdens you do not know. The weak self is self-centered, blind to others, lost in its own illusions. But the strong self, reborn through mindfulness, sees clearly the interconnectedness of all beings. You understand that your life is not separate, that your actions ripple outward, and that kindness is not optional but necessary. This understanding dissolves anger, envy, and pride, replacing them with compassion, patience, and humility. Rebirth through mindfulness is not about becoming perfect, it is about becoming aware. You will still feel anger, but mindfulness shows you how to respond instead of react. You will still feel fear, but mindfulness reminds you that fear is only a thought, not reality. You will still feel pain, but mindfulness teaches you to sit with it without letting it define you. Each of these practices weakens the old self that is enslaved by emotions and strengthens the new self that moves through life with clarity. The beauty of mindfulness is that it can be practiced anywhere. You do not need a temple or a special retreat. You can practice it while drinking water, feeling the coolness on your tongue. You can practice it while walking, noticing each step touching the earth. You can practice it in conversation, listening fully without planning your reply. Every ordinary moment becomes sacred when you approach it with awareness. And in that awareness, the weak self quietly dies and the strong self quietly rises. Imagine waking each morning not as the same person you were yesterday, but as someone reborn, lighter, freer, more awake. Imagine carrying that awareness through your day so that every action becomes intentional, every word becomes meaningful, every breath becomes a reminder that life is now. That is what rebirth through mindfulness feels like. It is not about erasing your past or controlling your future. It is about fully inhabiting your present. It is about living so consciously that the old unconscious self has no room to survive. To destroy the weak self, you must stop living unconsciously. To rebuild the strong self, you must embrace mindfulness as your way of life. Every moment of awareness is a moment of freedom. Every mindful breath is a small rebirth. And over time, those small rebirths accumulate into a complete transformation. The person you were, the one who clung, who chased, who feared, who reacted, will fade into memory. The person you become, the one who sees clearly, lives deeply, and acts with wisdom, will stand in their place. This is the ultimate rebirth. It does not happen in the distant future. It happens here, now, with every breath you choose to notice. The old self dies every time you awaken from unconsciousness, and the strong self is born every time you return to mindfulness. This is how you destroy the weak version of yourself, not with anger, not with violence, but with awareness. And this is how you rebuild a new version of yourself, not through force, but through presence. The Buddha once said, "Each morning we are born again. What we do today is what matters most." This is the essence of rebirth through mindfulness. Do not wait for tomorrow to become new. Do not wait for another life to be reborn. Be reborn now, in this breath, in this moment, in this choice to awaken. The weak self is already gone, if only you allow it to be. The strong self is already here, if only you choose to see it. 8. The endless path of self-rebirth. If there is one truth that ties together all the lessons of destroying the weak self and rebuilding anew, it is this: the process never ends. Rebirth is not something you do once, like shedding old skin and stepping forever into a stronger self. No, rebirth is a continuous journey, an endless practice. Just as the sun rises every morning to bring light again, you must rise again and again, destroying weakness wherever it appears, burning illusions wherever they creep in, and walking alone with courage no matter how many times you stumble. The weak self does not die once. It tries to return in new disguises again and again. And so, your path is to remain vigilant, practicing self-rebirth not as a single event, but as a way of life. The weak self is cunning. When you think you have destroyed it, it reappears. Perhaps you free yourself from attachment to the past, But then the weak self returns in the form of pride for having let go. Perhaps you overcome fear of solitude, but the weak self slips back in as arrogance, convincing you that walking alone makes you superior. Perhaps you cut away desire, but then the weak self disguises itself as spiritual craving, making you chase enlightenment as if it were another possession. The ego is a master of illusion, and weakness often hides in the very places you think you are strong. This is why the path of self-rebirth never ends. Each time you catch the weak self trying to rise, you must destroy it again, patiently, without hatred, with the fire of awareness. Buddhism teaches us impermanence, not just of the world around us, but of the self within us. Who you are is not fixed. You are not a single identity carved in stone. You are constantly changing, like a river that never holds the same water twice. The weak self and the strong self are not permanent beings fighting for dominance. They are patterns of thought and action, habits of mind that appear and disappear depending on your awareness. This means you have the power to choose in every moment whether to feed weakness or to embody strength. Rebirth is simply the act of choosing strength over and over again until it becomes your nature. The weak self thrives in unconsciousness, in autopilot living. It takes over when you stop paying attention. That is why mindfulness is not something you practice occasionally. It must become the air you breathe, the ground you walk on, the way you live. To walk the endless path of self-rebirth is to make mindfulness your companion in every moment. It means noticing when old habits return and gently, firmly destroying them again. It means seeing through the illusions of the ego before they trap you. It means staying vigilant, not in fear, but in wisdom, knowing that the old self is always waiting for your awareness to slip. Think of a garden. You may pull out the weeds once, but if you walk away and neglect the soil, the weeds return, often stronger than before. The weak self is like those weeds. It will always try to grow back. But if you tend to your inner garden every day, pulling out weeds as they appear, watering the seeds of discipline, mindfulness and compassion, then slowly the weeds grow weaker and the garden flourishes. This is the practice of endless rebirth, daily care of the self, daily destruction of weakness, daily rebuilding of strength. The weak self whispers, "You are finished, you are complete, you have arrived." It loves to trick you into thinking the journey is over, because the moment you believe that, you stop being vigilant. But the strong self knows that there is no finish line. Enlightenment itself is not a destination, but a way of walking. It is not about reaching a point where weakness never exists, but about cultivating the awareness and strength to burn weakness each time it arises. Rebirth is not one great fire. It is countless small flames lit again and again in the heart of the mindful. To live on the path of endless self-rebirth is to embrace imperfection with patience. You will stumble. You will forget. You will fall back into old habits. The weak self will return when you are tired, when you are distracted, when life presses heavy against you. But this does not mean you have failed. Failure is only when you stop rising. Each time you remember to begin again, each time you awaken from unconsciousness and return to mindfulness, you are reborn. Do not measure your life by how many times you fell, but by how many times you chose to stand up and start over. This is the essence of Buddhism. Compassion not only for others, but for yourself. The endless path of rebirth also teaches humility, because if rebirth is ongoing, it means you are never finished, never perfect, never beyond weakness. And this realization keeps you grounded. It prevents you from falling into arrogance, from thinking that because you have walked far, the journey is complete. The moment you think you are beyond weakness is the very moment weakness re-enters you through pride. Humility protects you, reminding you that even the enlightened practice awareness every moment. If the Buddha himself sat in meditation daily, Why should you believe your practice is complete? The strong self is not someone who never feels fear, desire, or pain. It is someone who sees those things clearly, does not cling to them, and transforms them into wisdom. The weak self believes freedom means avoiding weakness. The strong self knows freedom means transforming weakness whenever it appears. And because life never stops testing you, because suffering never fully disappears, this transformation must continue endlessly. The old self must die not once, but again and again, every day, every breath. This endless rebirth is not a burden, it is a blessing. Because it means no matter how far you have fallen, you can rise again. No matter how many mistakes you have made, you can choose differently now. No matter how many times you were trapped in weakness, you can destroy it in this very moment and be reborn. You do not need to wait for tomorrow or another lifetime. You do not need to wait for perfect conditions. Rebirth is always available because awareness is always available. The moment you awaken is the moment you are new. Consider the lotus flower, one of Buddhism's greatest symbols. It grows in mud, surrounded by filth and darkness, yet it rises toward the light, blooming with purity. The lotus does not bloom once and remain forever perfect. Each day it closes, each day it rises again. Its beauty lies not in permanence, but in constant renewal. In the same way, your strength lies not in becoming perfect once and for all, but in renewing yourself constantly, in blooming again and again no matter how much mud surrounds you. This is the path of endless self-rebirth, rising from mud, blooming in light, and doing it again tomorrow. When you embrace this truth, the fear of weakness disappears. You no longer feel discouraged when old habits return, because you know weakness is not a permanent failure, only a reminder to rise again. You no longer feel pressured to be perfect, because you understand that imperfection is part of the journey. You no longer feel paralyzed by mistakes, because every mistake becomes another opportunity to practice rebirth. This is freedom, not from the challenges of life, but from the illusion that they define you. To destroy the weak self and rebuild the strong self alone is not a one-time act, it is a daily ritual. You walk into the fire each morning, burning away yesterday's illusions. You stand in solitude, facing your fears and desires. You cut away ego each time it grows. You discipline yourself daily, shaping your mind and body like a monk. You practice mindfulness moment by moment, dying to the old unconscious self and being reborn into the awakened self. This cycle does not end, but why should it? For in this cycle lies your liberation. The weak self says, I want comfort, I want ease, I want to be done. The strong self says, I will rise again, I will walk again, I will burn again. And in that willingness to begin endlessly, the strong self becomes unshakable. Because how can the world break you if you are always willing to start again? How can failure destroy you if you see it only as another opportunity for rebirth? How can suffering control you if you transform it into fuel each time it arrives? When you embrace endless rebirth, you become indestructible. This is the final lesson. The path never ends. But this is not a curse. It is the greatest gift, because it means you are never trapped, never finished, never beyond redemption. The old self will die as many times as needed, and the strong self will rise as many times as you choose. This is the beauty of Buddhism's teaching. Impermanence is not your enemy, it is your salvation. Because everything changes, you can change too. Because nothing lasts forever, your weakness cannot last forever either. Because life renews itself endlessly, you can be reborn endlessly. So walk the path of self-rebirth with patience. Walk it with humility. Walk it with courage. Know that you will stumble, but you will rise. Know that the weak self will return, but you will burn it again. Know that each breath carries the chance to begin anew, and if you walk this path faithfully, you will discover a strength that cannot be taken, a peace that cannot be shaken, and a freedom that cannot be broken. The old you dies every time you awaken. The new you is born every time you choose awareness. And this cycle, endless as it is the path to liberation. 9. The unshakable self, becoming the mountain. There comes a point in the path of destroying the weak self where you realize that strength is not about being hard or unfeeling, but about being steady. The weak version of yourself is fragile because it is easily moved. It changes with the wind, sways with the opinions of others, collapses under pressure, and trembles when storms arrive. It lives like a leaf blown about by every current of life, never still, never grounded. But the strong self, the self you rebuild when you have burned weakness again and again, does not live like a leaf. It lives like a mountain, unshakable, silent, grounded in truth. To become this mountain is the ultimate form of destroying weakness, because once you reach this state, the storms of life no longer control you. Buddhism often uses the metaphor of the mountain to describe a steady mind. A mountain does not resist the storm, it simply stands. The winds scream, the rains pour, the snow falls, and yet the mountain does not run, does not complain, does not break. It allows the storm to pass, knowing that the storm cannot last forever. In the same way, the strong self allows suffering, anger, fear, and desire to come and go without being destroyed by them. Weakness is destroyed not when you eliminate storms from your life, but when you become steady enough that storms cannot move you. The weak self fears change because it builds its identity on unstable ground. It clings to possessions, relationships, opinions, and circumstances, all of which are temporary. When they shift, the weak self collapses, crying out, "I have lost myself." But the strong self, like the mountain, does not cling. It knows that everything around it, the clouds, the storms, the seasons, will change, but its grounding remains. This grounding is mindfulness, discipline, humility, and wisdom, the very practices you have been building in all the earlier lessons. To become the mountain is to embody them fully, so that nothing outside of you has the power to break what is inside of you. Becoming unshakable does not mean becoming cold or unfeeling. Many misunderstand strength as hardness, as if the goal is to never care, never love, never feel pain. But that is not the Buddhist path. The strong self feels deeply, but it is not controlled by those feelings. It loves without clinging, it suffers without despair, it cares without being enslaved. Just as the mountain allows rivers to flow across its surface, flowers to bloom on its slopes, and animals to live within its forests, the unshakable self allows life to unfold fully. But just as the mountain is not destroyed when rivers dry, when flowers fade, or when animals leave, the unshakable self is not destroyed when circumstances change. This is the essence of true strength: to participate in life fully, but without being broken by its impermanence. The weak self is reactive. It jumps when insulted, shrinks when rejected, boasts when praised, and collapses when ignored. It lives on a constant roller coaster of highs and lows, pulled by every external condition. But the strong self, like the mountain, is calm. Praise comes, and it stands. Criticism comes, and it stands. Success arrives, and it stands. Failure arrives, and it stands. It is not that these things do not touch you. They touch you, but they do not shake your foundation. You are rooted in something deeper than temporary conditions. This is what it means to be unshakable. How do you build this mountain within yourself? You build it with practice, with patience, with vigilance. Every time you resist reacting in anger, you place another stone in your foundation. Every time you sit in meditation, watching your thoughts without clinging, you add another layer of rock. Every time you choose discipline over indulgence, you strengthen your base. Over time, these choices accumulate, and slowly you rise. At first, you may feel like a small hill, easily eroded. But with practice, you grow taller, stronger, more grounded. One day, you realize that storms come and go, but you remain standing. That is the day you have become the mountain. The Buddha taught, just as a mountain is unmoved by the wind, so the wise are unmoved by praise or blame. This is one of the clearest pictures of the strong self. Imagine living in such a way that the world's opinions no longer control you. Imagine being so steady that whether people admire you or despise you, your peace remains untouched. Imagine being so rooted in truth that the rise and fall of fortune, the changes of health, the cycles of success and failure no longer determine your worth. That is the freedom of the mountain, the freedom of the unshakable self. Of course, this state is not reached in a single day. Just as a mountain is not formed overnight but through years of pressure, erosion and growth, the unshakable self is built over time. Each difficulty you face is like a storm shaping your slopes. Each challenge you endure is like an earthquake strengthening your core. Each act of mindfulness is like a rock added to your base. Slowly, slowly, you become more than the weak self that trembled at every shadow. You become the mountain. The weak self resists storms, always wishing for a life of perfect calm, but life will never grant this wish. Storms are inevitable, loss is inevitable, pain is inevitable, change is inevitable. The strong self does not waste energy wishing for the impossible. Instead, it builds itself so steady that storms no longer threaten its survival. This is not resignation, it is wisdom. Because when you stop fearing storms, you stop suffering from them. You see them for what they are, temporary visitors, not permanent enemies. And with this understanding, you walk through life with a calmness that nothing can touch. The unshakable self also brings clarity. When you are reactive, tossed around by every emotion, you cannot see clearly. Fear blinds you, anger distorts you, desire pulls you off course. But when you are steady, you see life as it is. You see the impermanence of pleasure and pain, the illusion of ego, the futility of clinging. And in this clarity, you find peace. Because peace is not the absence of storms, it is the presence of steadiness within them. Becoming the mountain does not mean isolating yourself from the world. It does not mean retreating to a cave and refusing to live. It means living fully, loving, working, creating, giving, but with a mind so grounded that nothing can enslave it. It means walking through noise with silence in your heart. It means participating in change while rooted in the unchanging truth of awareness. It means living in the world but not being broken by it. To destroy the weak self is to stop living like the leaf, blown, fragile, restless. To rebuild the strong self is to live like the mountain, steady, unshakable, grounded. And when you reach this state, you discover a strength that is not loud, not aggressive, not boastful, but silent, deep, and immovable. A strength that requires no recognition because it simply is. The ultimate rebirth is not into a self that avoids storms, but into a self that welcomes them, knowing they cannot shake what is eternal within you. And this eternal is not something far away. It is your awareness, your presence, your ability to stand here now, unmoved. This is the mountain within you, and once you have built it, the weak self can never return, because it has no place to stand on ground so steady. So practice daily, sit in silence, walk alone, burn attachments, release desire, transform pain, kill the ego, discipline yourself, practice mindfulness. And with each practice, lay another stone in the mountain of your soul. One day, you will look within and realize storms still rage, but you are not shaken. The world still changes, but you remain steady. And in that realization, you will know you have destroyed the weak self and rebuilt the unshakable. You have become the mountain. The final liberation, living beyond the weak self. There comes a stage on the path where you realize that destroying the weak self is not just about becoming stronger, calmer, or more disciplined. It is about becoming free. Every lesson until now has been about peeling away layers of weakness, illusion, and attachment. You have learned to burn the past, to walk alone, to cut desire, to turn pain into fuel, to silence the ego, to train yourself with discipline, to awaken through mindfulness, to accept rebirth as endless practice, and to stand steady like the mountain. Each of these lessons has carved away at the prison walls of weakness. And yet, the ultimate goal is not simply to have a stronger self inside the prison. It is to step outside of the prison entirely. This is what I call the final liberation, living beyond the weak self, beyond illusion, beyond fear, beyond clinging, beyond suffering. The weak self has always lived in chains. It clings to identities, to possessions, to people, to the endless chase of desires. It builds its sense of worth on fragile foundations, on approval, on success, on control. And because these foundations are impermanent, it lives in constant fear. Fear of loss, fear of rejection, fear of failure, fear of death. This fear is what makes the weak self so fragile. It trembles at every storm because it believes storms can destroy it. But liberation begins when you realize that the weak self is not who you truly are. It is only a mask, an illusion, a temporary construction of thoughts and habits. The true you, the awareness behind all of this, is untouched by storms. When you see this, when you live from this awareness, the weak self dissolves completely. The Buddha often compared the weak self to a flame burning on oil. The flame flickers, unstable, always at the mercy of wind. But when the oil runs out, the flame goes out, and in that moment there is peace. In the same way, the weak self survives only as long as you keep feeding it, with clinging, with desire, with fear, with ego. Stop feeding it, and it dies. But unlike ordinary death, this is not loss. It is liberation. It is the end of weakness, the end of suffering, the end of illusions. What does it mean to live beyond the weak self? It means you no longer identify with the noise of the mind. Thoughts come, but you see them as clouds passing, not as truths. Emotions arise, but you do not cling to them. You allow them to flow through you like waves. Desires pull at you, but you smile at them, knowing they cannot enslave you. Pain comes, but you sit with it, knowing it cannot define you. Praise arrives, and you do not rise. Blame arrives, and you do not fall. Success enters, and you are calm. Failure enters, and you are calm. You live like the mountain, but deeper than that. You live like the sky itself, spacious, open, unbound. The weak self always asked, "Who am I?" and answered with illusions. I am my job. I am my reputation. I am my body. I am my wealth. I am my relationships. But liberation reveals that you are none of these things. You are not your job because it can be taken tomorrow. You are not your body because it changes every day. You are not your wealth because it rises and falls like the tide. You are not your relationships because even the deepest bonds are subject to impermanence. You are not even your thoughts because they come and go without your control. When all these illusions are stripped away, what remains? Pure awareness, pure being, the witness of it all. That is who you truly are. The sky, not the clouds. The sea, not the waves. The silence, not the noise. The final liberation is when you stop clinging to any identity at all. You stop trying to prove yourself. You stop trying to define yourself. You simply are. And in this simple being, there is a peace so deep that the world cannot touch it. This is why the Buddha called liberation nirvana, the extinguishing of the fire of craving, the cooling of the restless mind. It is not death, it is life, fully lived, but free of illusion. But make no mistake, this liberation is not found by running away from life. You do not need to retreat to caves, abandon responsibilities, or reject the world. Liberation happens right here, in the middle of your ordinary life. It happens when you eat, when you work, when you speak, when you walk, when you breathe. It happens not by changing your surroundings, but by changing how you live within them. A person who lives beyond the weak self still feels pain, but they are not ruled by it. They still face challenges, but they do not collapse. They still walk among people, but they do not lose themselves in comparison. They live in the same world, but they live differently, calmly, freely, lightly. The weak self is heavy. It carries burdens everywhere, burdens of past regrets, burdens of future fears, burdens of ego and comparison. Liberation is light. When the weak self dies, you carry nothing. You are like a bird flying without luggage, free to move with the winds of life. You do not cling to where you came from, and you do not fear where you are going. You simply fly here now. This lightness is freedom. To live beyond the weak self is also to live with boundless compassion, because when you stop being consumed by your own ego, your own desires, your own fears, you finally have space to see others clearly. You see that everyone suffers as you once did. You see that they too are trapped in illusions, enslaved by weakness. And instead of judging them, you feel compassion because you know what it feels like. Liberation is not selfish. It expands your heart. The weak self could never love deeply because it was always too busy protecting itself. But the liberated self loves freely because it has nothing to protect. Imagine standing at the top of a mountain after a long climb. The air is clear. The view is endless. The noise of the valley below is distant. This is what it feels like to live beyond the weak self. Life is still there, the valleys of pain, the rivers of desire, the storms of fear, but you are above them, not in arrogance, but in clarity. You see them, you understand them, but they no longer bind you. You are free. This final liberation is not an end, but a way of living. It is not about becoming untouchable in the sense of never feeling pain, but about being untouchable in the sense of never being broken by pain. It is not about becoming indifferent to life, but about being fully present without clinging. It is not about destroying the self entirely, but about seeing through the illusion of the weak self so that the true self, pure awareness, can shine through. To reach this liberation, you must continue practicing all the lessons you have learned. Burn attachments when they arise. Walk alone when you must. Cut desire when it chains you. Transform pain when it strikes you. Kill ego when it inflates. Discipline yourself daily. Practice mindfulness in every breath. Accept rebirth again and again. Stand steady like the mountain. Each practice is a step toward liberation. Each moment of awareness is a doorway to freedom. And one day, without realizing it, you will step fully into it. You will notice that the weak self no longer controls you. You will notice that life still brings storms, but you no longer fear them. You will notice that peace flows through you even in the middle of chaos, and you will know you are free. This is the ultimate destruction of the weak self, not with violence, but with wisdom, not by force, but by awareness. Not once, but again and again, until weakness has no place left to hide. This is the ultimate rebuilding of the strong self, not as an identity to cling to, but as freedom itself. The strong self is not someone greater, richer, or more admired. It is someone free, free from illusions, free from chains, free from fear. The final liberation is living beyond the weak self, here and now. It is the realization that you do not need to wait for tomorrow, for another life, or for perfect conditions. You can be free now, in this breath, in this choice, in this moment. Each time you awaken, the weak self dies. Each time you live in awareness, the strong self is born. And each time you remain steady, compassionate, mindful, and free, you live beyond the self entirely. This is nirvana. This is liberation. This is the life that waits for you beyond weakness. So walk the path with courage. Do not fear the destruction of the old self. It is only illusion. Do not cling to the weak self. It is only shadow. Burn it again and again until nothing remains but awareness. And from that awareness, live freely. Walk as the mountain, steady. Live as the lotus, blooming in mud. Shine as the sky, boundless and open. Be as the ocean, deep and still. And let the world see that it is possible to live beyond weakness, not in some distant future, but here, now, in this very life. This is the final lesson. This is the final liberation. This is the end of weakness and the beginning of freedom. The silent power of emptiness. There is a point on the path of destroying the weak self where you confront the deepest truth of all. The self you have been fighting to destroy and the strong self you have been striving to build are both illusions. What you believe to be you, the one clinging to attachments, chained by desires, wounded by pain, swollen with ego, was never real to begin with. And what you believed to be the strong self, disciplined, mindful, unshakable, this too is not permanent, not fixed, not ultimately who you are. Beneath them both lies something greater, something infinite, something wordless. This is what Buddhism calls emptiness, shunyata. Do not misunderstand this word. Emptiness does not mean nothingness, nor does it mean life has no meaning. Emptiness means freedom from illusion. It means realizing that all things, including the self, have no permanent, independent existence. They arise, they pass, they change, they dissolve. They are interdependent, conditioned by countless causes. And when you see this clearly, weakness disappears, not because you defeated it, but because you see that it was never truly there. The weak self was like a mirage, and once you recognize the mirage for what it is, it has no more power over you. The weak self always feared emptiness because it thought emptiness meant loss, the loss of identity, of importance, of meaning. But the truth is the opposite. Emptiness is not loss, it is liberation. Because if the self is empty of permanence, then suffering, fear, and weakness are also empty. If you are not bound to a permanent identity, then you are free to be renewed in every moment. If all things are impermanent, then there is nothing to cling to and nothing that can truly be taken from you. This is the silent power of emptiness, the realization that what you were afraid to lose was never really yours to begin with. The weak self spends its life trying to solidify what is fluid. It tries to freeze time, to hold on to people, to secure possessions, to fix identity. But life cannot be frozen. It flows like a river, endlessly changing. Emptiness is simply the recognition of this truth, that the river never holds the same water twice, that you are never the same person from one breath to the next, that everything is movement, arising and dissolving. When you fight this truth, you suffer. When you accept it, you are free. Imagine sitting beside a pond on a quiet day. The weak self looks into the water and sees its reflection. It clings to that image, saying, "This is me. This must stay forever." But the wind blows, the water ripples, and the reflection changes. The weak self panics, crying, "I am disappearing." But the strong self, reborn through wisdom, smiles. It knows the reflection was never truly me. It was only a passing image, empty of permanence. The real self is not the reflection, but the awareness, watching it. This is the liberation of emptiness, realizing that you are not the fragile image that keeps changing, but the vast awareness in which all images arise and fade. When you understand emptiness, fear dissolves. What is there to fear if all things are impermanent and empty? Fear of loss vanishes, because there is no permanent thing to lose. Fear of rejection disappears, because the self that longs for approval is only a temporary construction. Fear of death loses its grip because you realize that what you truly are, the awareness itself, was never born and can never die. This is why emptiness is not despair, but peace. It is the silence in which weakness dissolves and freedom blooms. The practice of emptiness also transforms how you see others. The weak self always saw others as separate, as me versus them, as competitors, threats, or possessions. But emptiness reveals that the boundaries between you and others are illusions. Just as a wave is not separate from the ocean, you are not separate from the universe. Your life arises from countless causes: air, water, food, the kindness of others, the earth, the sun. You are not an isolated being, but part of a vast web of interdependence. And when you see this, compassion flows naturally. You no longer cling to your ego because you realize there is no me apart from you. In emptiness there is no separation, only connection. The weak self sought power in control, control over others, control over circumstances, control over identity. But true power lies in emptiness, because emptiness frees you from the need for control. You realize that trying to control the flow of life is like trying to command the tides of the ocean. You cannot stop the waves, but you can stop drowning in them. You can learn to float, to flow, to trust the movement. This trust is not weakness. It is strength. It is the strength that comes when you no longer resist reality, but live in harmony with it. The silent power of emptiness is also freedom from the burden of self-importance. The weak self constantly shouted, "I am special, I must matter, I must be remembered." But this craving only led to suffering, because the world does not revolve around one fragile identity. Emptiness shows you that you are not separate, not superior, not inferior. You are part of everything. This is not humiliation, but liberation. Because when you no longer need to be someone, you are free to be everything. You are free to be the sky, the tree, the bird, the river. You are free to live without the heavy armor of ego, and in that freedom you find joy. This lesson of emptiness is not something to be grasped intellectually. It is not a concept to memorize, but an experience to live. You live it every time you sit in meditation and watch your thoughts dissolve. You live it every time you release a grudge and realize the anger was empty. You live it every time you let go of desire and realize the craving was empty. You live it every time you lose something you thought you could not live without, and then discover you are still here, still breathing, still alive. Each of these moments is a glimpse into the truth of emptiness, the truth that nothing owns you because nothing truly remains. The weak self resists emptiness because it feels like death. But in truth, emptiness is not death, it is rebirth. When the illusion of self dissolves, what remains is vastness, openness, silence. And in that silence, you find a peace deeper than anything the world can offer. The Buddha described nirvana as the extinguishing of the fire of craving, and that extinguishing is emptiness, not the emptiness of despair, but the emptiness of freedom, the emptiness of a heart that no longer clings, no longer fears, no longer suffers. To live with the power of emptiness is to live lightly. You still work, but you are not enslaved by success or failure. You still love, but you do not cling in fear of loss. You still act, but you do not build your identity on the results. You live fully, but without chains. You flow like water, you stand like the mountain, you bloom like the lotus, and yet you cling to none of it, because you know all of it is impermanent. All of it is empty. And in this emptiness there is fullness, a fullness of freedom, of peace, of compassion. This is the deepest destruction of the weak self, not by force, not by discipline alone, not even by mindfulness alone, but by seeing the illusion of self so clearly that it loses all power. The weak self was only ever a story, and when you stop believing the story, it dissolves. What remains is silence. What remains is freedom. what remains is emptiness, vast and alive. The silent power of emptiness is the ultimate liberation. It is the final step in the journey of destroying weakness. Because when you see that the weak self was never real, you stop fighting shadows. You live beyond them. You live as awareness itself, open, boundless, free. And so, the journey that began with burning attachments ends here, in emptiness. You have walked through solitude, cut the chains of desire, transformed pain, killed ego, built discipline, practiced mindfulness, accepted rebirth, become unshakable, and stepped into liberation. Each of these steps has brought you closer to this truth, that there is no self to protect, no weakness to fear, no illusion to cling to. There is only awareness, only emptiness, only freedom. The infinite horizon, living as boundless awareness. At the deepest stage of destroying the weak self, you discover a truth so vast that it reshapes everything you thought you knew about life. You begin to see that you are not just someone moving through the world. You are the space in which the world unfolds. You are not merely a body, fragile and limited, nor a mind, restless and fleeting. You are awareness itself, boundless and infinite, like the sky holding clouds, like the ocean holding waves, like the horizon stretching without end. The weak self always believed it was small, separate, trapped in a narrow identity. But the strong self, when reborn again and again through mindfulness, discipline and wisdom, dissolves into something greater. It realizes, I am not the storm, I am the sky. I am not the wave, I am the ocean. I am not the reflection, I am the awareness behind it all. This is the infinite horizon, living as boundless awareness. The weak self fears expansion because it clings to identity. It says, if I am not my thoughts, who am I? If I am not my body, what remains? If I am not my history, what is left of me? It fears losing itself because it has always mistaken limitation for safety. But the truth is the opposite. Safety does not lie in limitation. It lies in freedom. When you let go of the narrow prison of identity, you do not disappear. You expand. You become boundless. You discover that what you thought was you was never more than a mask, and behind the mask lies a horizon without end. To understand boundless awareness, look at the sky. No matter how many clouds appear, dark storm clouds, light wisps, fiery sunsets, the sky itself is untouched. The clouds come and go, but the sky remains. In the same way, thoughts and emotions are clouds passing through you. Pain is a storm cloud, joy is a golden sunset, desire is a restless wind. But none of these are you. You are the sky in which they appear. The weak self clings to every cloud, saying, this is me, I am my anger, I am my fear, I am my success, I am my failure. But the strong self knows, these are only passing weather, I am the space that holds them all. And when you live as the sky, storms no longer terrify you. They pass, as they always do, leaving the sky untouched. This realization is not only freedom from suffering, but also the birth of boundless compassion. Because when you see yourself as awareness itself, you no longer see rigid boundaries between yourself and others. Just as the sky is not divided into sections, awareness is not divided by bodies or names. You are the same awareness that looks through every pair of eyes. You are the same space that holds every thought, every feeling, every life. The weak self lived in separation, always protecting itself, always competing with others. But boundless awareness sees no others, only reflections of itself. And in that realization, compassion becomes effortless. You love not because you try to, but because you cannot help it. To harm another would be to harm yourself. To lift another is to lift yourself. The infinite horizon also dissolves fear. What can you lose if you are boundless awareness? The body may age, but awareness remains. The mind may change, but awareness remains. Relationships may come and go, wealth may rise and fall, storms may rage and subside, but the sky is never harmed by the weather. The weak self feared death because it thought it was the body. It feared rejection because it thought it was identity. It feared failure because it thought it was reputation. But boundless awareness sees all these as passing clouds. They change, they dissolve, and yet you remain. Death itself becomes another cloud, dissolving into the infinite horizon of awareness. What is there to fear when you realize you are never the temporary forms, but the boundless space in which all forms appear? Living as boundless awareness transforms the way you move through life. The weak self rushed, always anxious about the future, always haunted by the past. It thought life was a race to achieve, to prove, to secure. But the strong self, awakened to the infinite horizon, moves slowly, peacefully, with presence. Every breath becomes sacred, every step becomes complete, every moment becomes whole. You no longer live for the next moment. You live in this one because you see that this one contains the whole universe. You no longer chase fulfillment in the future because you realize you are already full, already complete, already infinite. Think of the ocean. A wave rises, dances, and dissolves, but the ocean does not chase the wave, nor does it cling when it fades. The weak self was always chasing waves, clinging to them desperately. But the strong self realizes it is the ocean. It holds all waves without needing to own them. When you live as boundless awareness, you stop chasing, you stop clinging. You allow life to rise and fall, to dance and dissolve, and you rest in the depth of the ocean itself. This is peace. The infinite horizon also gives you resilience, because when you live as awareness, nothing can truly break you. Pain may come, but it does not destroy the sky. Loss may come, but the horizon remains. Fear may rise, but the ocean holds it. Even in the darkest moments, awareness is still here, still vast, still open. This resilience is not hard or rigid. It is soft, flexible, unbreakable. Like bamboo that bends in the storm but does not snap, boundless awareness allows everything but clings to nothing. And in this openness lies strength that cannot be shaken. The weak self always lived in restlessness because it wanted permanence from impermanent things. It wanted eternal joy from fleeting pleasures. It wanted unchanging love from people who are always changing. It wanted immortality from a body destined to age and die. But boundless awareness is the only permanence. It is the only unchanging truth in a world of change. When you rest in awareness, you stop demanding permanence from impermanent things. You love fully, but without clinging. You live fully, but without fear. You act fully, but without control. And in this way, you finally find the peace the weak self was always searching for. How do you practice living as boundless awareness? Begin by noticing the space between thoughts. Sit in meditation and watch the river of the mind. Thoughts arise one after another, but between them there are gaps, moments of pure silence, pure awareness. Rest there. Expand those gaps. Begin to notice that awareness is always present, even when thoughts are loud. It is the canvas on which the painting of your life appears. When you train yourself to rest in this awareness, you slowly shift your identity from the clouds to the sky, from the waves to the ocean. And once this shift happens, the weak self dissolves naturally. Another practice is to see the impermanence of all things. Watch how emotions rise and fall, how thoughts appear and dissolve, how sensations come and go. Instead of clinging, simply observe. This observation reveals emptiness, and emptiness reveals awareness. Slowly, you begin to trust this awareness more than the fleeting forms. You begin to live as the horizon itself. This lesson, the infinite horizon, is the culmination of all the previous lessons. Burning attachments taught you to let go of the past. Solitude taught you to walk with yourself. Cutting desire freed you from chains. Transforming pain made you resilient. Killing the ego humbled you. Discipline trained you. Mindfulness awakened you. Endless rebirth kept you vigilant. Becoming the mountain made you steady. Liberation freed you from illusion. Emptiness dissolved the self. And now boundless awareness expands you beyond all limits. Each lesson was a step toward this horizon. And now, as you look out into the infinite, you see that the journey was never about becoming someone stronger. It was about realizing you were never someone at all. You were always the infinite, only mistaken for the limited. The weak self lived in a cage, painting its bars with gold, calling them safety. The strong self burns the cage, not to escape into chaos, but to realize there were never bars to begin with. You were always free, but you did not see it. Living as boundless awareness is simply opening your eyes to this truth. When you live in this way, every moment becomes liberation. Every breath becomes rebirth. Every action becomes sacred. You no longer live for yourself, because the boundaries of self have dissolved. You live as life itself, flowing, infinite, free. And in this, you discover the greatest strength of all, the strength of silence, the strength of presence, the strength of being awareness itself. This is the infinite horizon. This is the final step in destroying weakness, not by fighting it endlessly, but by realizing it was never truly there. You are not the weak self. You are not even the strong self. You are the awareness in which both rise and fall. You are the boundless horizon, infinite and free. Dissolving into the universe, the self becomes all. The journey of destroying the weak self begins with small steps, burning attachments, facing solitude, cutting desires, transforming pain, disciplining the mind. It deepens through mindfulness, endless rebirth, the unshakable presence of the mountain, the silence of emptiness, and the expansion into boundless awareness. But at the farthest horizon, when you have walked this path with patience and sincerity, you encounter a truth that is greater still, the realization that awareness itself is not yours alone. It is not personal, not contained within a body, not bound to a single identity. Awareness is the universe itself. And when you see this clearly, the journey of destroying the weak self reaches its final destination, not in becoming someone stronger, but in dissolving completely into the cosmos. The self becomes all. The weak self always believed it was separate. It said, "This is me, that is you. This is my life, that is the world. This is my body, that is nature." It drew boundaries everywhere, carving the universe into fragments. From this illusion of separation grew fear, greed, envy, pride, and endless suffering. Because when you believe you are separate, you must always protect yourself, always defend yourself, always compete with what you call other. But when awareness awakens fully, these boundaries dissolve. You realize that the air in your lungs was once the breath of trees. The water in your body once flowed in rivers and clouds. The elements of your bones were forged in ancient stars. You are not separate from the universe. You are the universe, expressing itself as a human being for a brief moment. This is not poetry. It is truth. Modern science tells us what Buddhism has always hinted at. Every atom in your body was created in the heart of exploding stars. The iron in your blood, the calcium in your bones, the oxygen you breathe, all were born in the death of suns billions of years ago. You are literally stardust, gathered for a time into the form you call me. And just as stars dissolve back into galaxies, so too will you dissolve back into the whole. When you see this, fear of death disappears, because you realize you were never truly separate to begin with. You are not ending, you are returning. The weak self resisted this truth, clinging desperately to the illusion of individuality. It cried, "I do not want to dissolve. I want to last forever as myself." But this craving for permanence was the root of its suffering. The strong self sees differently. It understands that to dissolve into the universe is not loss, but liberation. A wave does not weep when it dissolves back into the ocean. A leaf does not fear when it falls back into the soil. They return to where they always belonged. In the same way, you are not lost when the self dissolves. You are finally whole. This realization also transforms how you live. When you see yourself as the universe itself, you stop living in smallness. You stop obsessing over petty comparisons, because what could the infinite compare itself to? You stop clinging to possessions, because how can the universe own what it already is? You stop fearing change, because change is simply the universe shifting its forms. Instead, you live expansively. You live as the river, the tree, the mountain, the sky. You live as every being you meet, because you see yourself in them. Compassion becomes limitless, because you no longer love others. You love yourself in countless forms. Imagine sitting under the night sky, looking up at the stars. The weak self feels small, insignificant, lost in the vastness. But the awakened self feels the opposite. It sees the stars and whispers, "That is me. I am not beneath the stars. I am of the stars. Their light burns in my blood. Their silence rests in my soul." The universe is not outside you. It is within you, and you are within it. This realization is not arrogance. It is humility of the deepest kind. Because once you know you are the universe, there is no pride in being special, no fear in being small. You are simply what is, infinite and eternal. The dissolving of the self into the universe is not about escape from life. It is about living life more fully than ever before. Because when you stop clinging to a small me, you begin to experience life directly, without filters. You taste food not as my pleasure, but as the universe nourishing itself. You breathe not as my breath, but as the dance of air flowing through the cosmos. You walk not as my journey, but as the earth moving its own body. Every act becomes sacred, because every act is the universe expressing itself through you. This is why Buddhist practice so often emphasizes mindfulness in small things, eating, walking, breathing, because in these ordinary acts lies the extraordinary truth that you are not separate from the whole. The weak self always longed for control, to bend the world to its will. But the self that has dissolved into the universe no longer needs control. It trusts the flow, because it knows the flow is itself. Rivers do not worry where they are going. They simply move, and in moving, they fulfill their purpose. Birds do not argue with the sky. They simply fly. Trees do not resist the seasons. They grow, they shed, they rest, they rise. In the same way, when you dissolve into the universe, you stop resisting life. You trust its wisdom because you are its wisdom. You live like the river, the bird, the tree, free, simple, aligned with the whole. This realization also reshapes how you face suffering. The weak self saw suffering as personal. Why me? Why must I endure this? It saw itself as a victim of life's cruelty. But the self that sees itself as the universe understands that suffering is not yours alone. It is part of the great flow of existence. Pain comes and goes, like rain across the earth. Joy comes and goes, like sunshine through the sky. Both are movements of the whole, neither belonging to you nor separate from you. When you stop personalizing suffering, you stop clinging to it. You allow it to pass, as it always does, without being broken by it. To dissolve into the universe is also to dissolve time. The weak self was always trapped in time, haunted by the past, anxious about the future, never at peace in the present. But when you live as the universe, time loses its grip. The stars do not hurry, the mountains do not rush, the oceans do not cling to minutes and hours. They simply are. And so too, you learn to simply be. The present moment expands into eternity, and you realize you are not passing through time. Time is passing through you. This is the final liberation from fear, because what can time take from you when you are beyond it? The practice of dissolving into the universe is not abstract. It begins in small, simple awareness. Sit in silence and feel your breath. Realize that the air you inhale was exhaled by trees, by oceans, by countless beings. Realize that with each breath, you exchange yourself with the world. You are not separate. You are connected, always. Feel your body and remember it is made of elements forged in stars, borrowed from the earth, destined to return. Notice your thoughts and emotions, and remember they too arise and dissolve like waves on the ocean. Slowly, you shift from seeing yourself as a small, fragile self to seeing yourself as part of the boundless whole. This lesson, dissolving into the universe, is not the end of the path, but the opening into infinity. You began by destroying the weak self, by burning attachments, cutting desires, silencing ego, building discipline. You walked through mindfulness, rebirth, emptiness, awareness, liberation. And now you dissolve even the idea of self entirely. You become the river, the sky, the mountain, the star. You live not as someone in the universe, but as the universe itself, awake and alive. This is the deepest destruction of weakness, because weakness was always born of separation, of the illusion of being small and fragile. When you dissolve into the universe, that illusion vanishes forever. You realize you are not a leaf trembling in the storm. You are the storm, the tree, the sky, the earth, all at once. You are life itself. And in this realization, there is no fear, no clinging, no weakness, only freedom, only peace, only infinite being. This is the 13th lesson. This is the final step in destroying the old you, not to replace it with a new self, but to dissolve self entirely, to become the universe itself. You do not disappear, you expand. You do not end, you return. You do not lose, you become whole. And in this wholeness, you discover a strength that is not personal, not temporary, not fragile, but eternal. The weak self is gone, the strong self has dissolved. What remains is the universe, awake, alive, free. This is the ultimate rebirth. This is the dissolution of self. This is the self becoming all. The eternal dance of nothingness and form. At the highest point of the journey of destroying the weak self, you step into a truth so vast, so paradoxical, that words can only point toward it. You realize that the self you destroyed was never truly real, and the universe you dissolved into is both everything and nothing at once. You see clearly the teaching that has echoed through centuries of Buddhist wisdom. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. This is not a riddle meant to confuse. It is the final unveiling of reality. Life is an eternal dance between nothingness and form. Every moment the void gives birth to creation, and creation dissolves back into the void. Every breath, every heartbeat, every thought is part of this infinite rhythm, and when you see this truth clearly, weakness has no place left to stand. The weak self always clung to form. It said, "This is me, this is my body, my possessions, my story, my identity." It believed that permanence could be found in temporary shapes, but forms are like waves. They rise, dance, and dissolve back into the ocean. The weak self panicked at this impermanence, trying to hold on, trying to freeze the wave in mid-air. This is why it suffered. The strong self learned to let go, to watch forms come and go without clinging. But the deepest truth is this: not only do forms change, they are empty. They have no separate existence of their own. They are like reflections in a mirror, like dreams in sleep, real enough to appear, but empty of permanence. And yet, emptiness is not nothing. The weak self feared emptiness, imagining a cold void, a black abyss. But emptiness is not the absence of life. It is the source of life. From emptiness arises form, just as from silence arises music. From stillness arises movement. From the canvas arises the painting. Emptiness is the fertile ground, the infinite space from which all creation flows. When you see this, emptiness is no longer frightening. It is beautiful. It is the freedom that allows everything to exist. Imagine the dance of the ocean. Waves rise, peak, and fall endlessly. Each wave has its shape, its height, its movement, but no wave is separate from the ocean. Without the ocean, no wave exists. Without emptiness, no form exists. And yet, the ocean without waves is still the ocean. It is the emptiness that holds potential. This is the eternal dance. You are the wave, yet you are the ocean. You are form, yet you are emptiness. To cling to form is to suffer. To fear emptiness is to suffer. To see that form and emptiness are one is liberation. The Heart Sutra, one of Buddhism's most profound teachings, declares, "Form is emptiness, emptiness is form." These are not two truths, but one. Every form you see, the body, the world, the stars, is empty. And yet this emptiness is not void, but fullness, endlessly giving birth to forms. When you drink tea, the cup is form, the tea is form, your body is form. But all are empty, temporary, dependent, impermanent. And yet it is precisely this emptiness that allows them to exist. Without emptiness, there would be no space for the cup to hold tea, no space for you to taste it. Emptiness and form are not opposites, but partners in an eternal dance. The weak self could never see this. It lived in duality, dividing everything, self versus other, life versus death, joy versus sorrow, success versus failure. It thought form and emptiness were separate, and it clung to one while fearing the other. But the strong self, awakened through practice, sees the unity. It sees that life and death are not enemies, but stages of the same cycle. It sees that joy and sorrow are not opposites, but shades of the same experience. It sees that success and failure are not separate, but both empty, both passing clouds. In this vision, duality dissolves, and what remains is wholeness. Living in the eternal dance of nothingness and form means embracing life without clinging and embracing emptiness without fear. You eat, but you know food is empty. You breathe, but you know air is empty. You live, but you know life itself is empty. And yet, in that emptiness, you discover fullness. You taste food more deeply because you do not cling to it. You breathe more freely because you are not afraid of its end. You live more fully because you know life is not possession, but gift. This realization also dissolves the illusion of separation. The weak self saw itself as a form, separate from other forms. But emptiness reveals that all forms arise from the same ground. The tree, the bird, the river, the star, all are empty, all are connected. When you harm one, you harm all. When you honor one, you honor all. Compassion becomes the natural response because you no longer see divisions. You see the dance itself, moving through all beings. The eternal dance also shows you the truth of impermanence. Every form dissolves, but this is not tragedy, it is beauty. The cherry blossom is precious precisely because it falls. The sunset is beautiful precisely because it fades. Life is sacred because it ends. When you see impermanence not as a curse but as the heartbeat of the dance, fear dissolves. You stop clinging to permanence, and instead you bow to the rhythm. You dance with life as it is, not as you wish it to be. The weak self always demanded meaning. Why am I here? What is the point? What will remain? It searched for permanence, for eternal proof. But the eternal dance teaches that meaning is not in permanence, but in participation. The point is not to hold the wave forever, but to dance as the wave now. The point is not to capture the music, but to hear it, play it, live it while it lasts. When you stop demanding permanence, you begin to live meaningfully in impermanence. This is the wisdom of the dance. How do you live in harmony with this dance? Through mindfulness, you watch forms rise and fall without clinging. Through meditation, you experience emptiness directly, the silent space behind thoughts, the stillness beneath movement. Through compassion, you see the unity of all forms, all empty, all interconnected. Through discipline, you resist the weak self's urge to cling, and through humility, you bow to the dance itself, knowing you are not its master, but its expression. To live in the eternal dance is to embody freedom. You are not enslaved by form because you see it is empty. You are not lost in emptiness because you see it gives rise to form. You live between the two, not choosing, not dividing, but embracing both. You eat, you walk, you work, you love, not as someone clinging to form, not as someone escaping into emptiness, but as the dance itself. Each action becomes sacred, because each action is part of the infinite rhythm. This is the deepest destruction of the weak self. Because the weak self could not see beyond duality. It was trapped in either or, either success or failure, either life or death, either form or emptiness. But when you awaken, you see that it is both, always both. And in this vision, the weak self dissolves completely. There is no clinging left, no fear left, no illusion left. Only the dance remains. Imagine standing by the ocean at dawn. The waves rise and fall, the sky glows with light, the air shifts from cool to warm. Everything is changing, everything is moving, everything is impermanent. And yet beneath it all, there is silence, there is stillness, there is emptiness holding it all. You breathe, and for a moment you feel it, the eternal dance of nothingness and form, and in that moment you are free. The Heart Sutra tells us, gate, gate, paragate, parasamgate, bodhisvaha, gone, gone, gone beyond, gone utterly beyond, enlightenment, hail. This chant is the song of the dance, the recognition that beyond the self, beyond weakness, beyond clinging, lies the boundless dance of emptiness and form. To live here is to live liberated, to live awake, to live free. This is Lesson 14, the eternal dance. It is not about choosing form over emptiness or emptiness over form, but about seeing that they are one. It is about living as the dance itself, beyond fear, beyond clinging, beyond weakness. This is the highest truth, the deepest liberation, the final destruction of illusion. You began by burning attachments, by killing the weak self piece by piece. You walked through solitude, discipline, mindfulness, rebirth, liberation, emptiness, awareness, the universe. And now you stand in the eternal dance itself, seeing clearly that everything is empty and emptiness is everything. The journey is complete, not in arriving somewhere else, but in realizing you were always already here, part of the dance, part of the rhythm, part of the eternal truth. The weak self is gone, the strong self has dissolved. What remains is the dance, life itself, eternal, infinite, free. This is the eternal dance of nothingness and form. This is the truth that destroys weakness forever. This is the liberation that cannot be shaken. This is the end of the old self and the beginning of no self, the infinite dance. Walking the path forever, becoming the living Dharma. The journey of destroying the weak self and rebuilding anew has led us through many doors, burning attachments, embracing solitude, cutting desire, transforming pain, humbling the ego, disciplining the body and mind, practicing mindfulness, embracing rebirth, becoming unshakable, entering liberation, dissolving into emptiness, expanding into boundless awareness, realizing unity with the universe, and finally, witnessing the eternal dance of form and emptiness. Each lesson has stripped away illusions. Each practice has carved away weakness. Each realization has revealed something deeper. And yet, at the end of this great journey, there is no final end. There is no ultimate point where you say, I am finished. because the path is not about reaching an end, it is about becoming the path itself. The ultimate step is to walk forever, to live the teaching, to become the living Dharma. The weak self always looked for an ending, a final achievement, a place to rest and declare victory. It wanted enlightenment as a trophy, as proof of its worth. But enlightenment is not an end, not a possession, not a prize. It is a way of living, moment to moment, breath to breath. You do not arrive at enlightenment. You dissolve into it, and then live it endlessly. Just as the river does not stop when it reaches the ocean but continues as the ocean itself. You do not stop when you awaken. You flow on as life itself. To walk the path forever means to embody the truths you have realized. It means to let wisdom flow not just in meditation halls, but in kitchens and offices, in conversations and silences, in joy and sorrow, in every corner of daily life. It means to carry the stillness of the mountain into storms, the openness of the sky into struggles, the compassion of the heart into every encounter. You no longer seek the Dharma outside yourself. You live as the Dharma. Your life itself becomes the teaching. Think of a candle. A candle does not speak, does not try to prove its light. It simply burns, and by burning, it illuminates the room. To walk the path forever is to live like that candle. You do not need to declare your wisdom. You do not need to force others to follow you. You simply live as light, and by living, you illuminate. Your presence becomes the teaching. Your silence becomes the sermon. Your actions become the scripture. This is the living Dharma. The weak self once demanded recognition. It wanted others to see its strength, to admire its progress, to validate its worth. But the living Dharma has no need for recognition. Just as the sun does not boast when it rises, just as the tree does not demand thanks when it offers shade, so too the awakened being does not seek reward. You live fully, freely, quietly. You live not for ego but for truth. And in this quiet living, you transform everything around you. Walking the path forever also means embracing imperfection. The weak self demanded perfection, seeing mistakes as proof of failure. But the living Dharma knows that the path is endless, that there will always be more to learn, more to release, more to awaken. You do not fear falling because you know falling is part of walking. You do not cling to success because you know success is just another form. You simply walk, falling, rising, learning, continuing. In this way, your life becomes an endless practice, and every moment becomes the path. The path also means compassion without boundaries. The weak self once loved only when convenient, only when safe, only when reciprocated. But the living Dharma loves freely because it sees no separation. You love the friend and the stranger, the kind and the cruel, the near and the far. You love not because you should, but because you cannot help it. Compassion flows naturally, like a river flowing downhill. It is effortless, boundless, unconditional, and in this love, you dissolve the last remnants of weakness, because weakness cannot survive in the presence of infinite compassion. Walking the path forever also means living with awareness in every action, not just in meditation, but in eating, in speaking, in working, in resting. You eat mindfully, aware that food is the universe nourishing itself. You speak mindfully, aware that words can heal or harm. You work mindfully, aware that labor is not just for survival, but for service. You rest mindfully, aware that stillness is as sacred as action. Every act becomes sacred because every act is the Dharma expressing itself. The weak self once thought spirituality was separate from life, that wisdom was found in temples while ordinary life was something less. But the living Dharma knows that life itself is the temple, every moment is the altar, every act is the prayer. Washing dishes can be as sacred as chanting sutras if done with awareness. Speaking gently can be as profound as silent meditation if done with compassion. Life does not pull you away from the path. Life is the path. This way of living also transforms how you face endings. The weak self feared endings. Endings of relationships, of opportunities, of life itself. But the living Dharma sees that every ending is also a beginning. Every death is also a birth. Every loss is also a return. You no longer resist endings because you see the dance of impermanence as natural, eternal. You walk forward without fear because you know you are walking in harmony with the rhythm of the universe. The living Dharma is also fearless in the face of death. Because when you walk the path forever, you know death is not an end, but a continuation. The weak self cried, "I will vanish," but the awakened self knows, "I will return. I will dissolve into the universe. I will rise again as the wind, as the rain, as the star, as the smile of a child." Death is no longer an enemy, but a passage, a doorway in the endless journey. And because you no longer fear death, you no longer fear life. You live fully, freely, joyfully. This is the meaning of walking the path forever. It is not about escaping life, but about embracing it completely. It is not about clinging to enlightenment as a possession, but about dissolving into enlightenment as a way of being. It is not about seeking something far away, but about living truth here and now, in each step, each breath, each word. You began this journey by destroying the weak self, piece by piece. You burned attachments, faced solitude, cut desires, transformed pain, killed the ego, built discipline, practiced mindfulness, embraced rebirth, became unshakable, stepped into liberation, dissolved into emptiness, expanded into awareness, united with the universe, and danced in the rhythm of form and emptiness. Each step stripped away illusions, each practice carved away weakness, each realization brought you closer to freedom. And now, at the final stage, you see that the journey was never about reaching a finish line. It was about becoming the path itself. To walk forever is to embody all the lessons, not as ideas, but as life. To be solitude when alone, compassion when with others, stillness in storms, emptiness in form, awareness in silence. To carry the Dharma, not in words, but in presence. To live so that your very being becomes the teaching. This is the final destruction of weakness, not in a single moment, but in every moment. Weakness is destroyed every time you choose awareness over ignorance, compassion over anger, humility over pride, presence over distraction. And it is destroyed not once for all time, but again and again as you walk, as you live, as you breathe. The weak self may try to rise again, but the living Dharma has no fear. You simply see it, smile at it, and let it dissolve into the path beneath your feet. The living Dharma is endless. It does not stop at death. It does not stop at enlightenment. It does not stop at any imagined destination. It flows on like the river, like the wind, like the stars. You are part of this endless flow. You are the river, the wind, the stars. You are the Dharma, alive, moving, eternal. And so the final lesson is not an ending, but a beginning without end. To destroy the weak self is not to finish, but to walk. To awaken is not to arrive, but to live. To dissolve into the universe is not to vanish, but to shine in all things. You are not seeking the path. You are the path. You are not learning the Dharma. You are the Dharma. You are not chasing enlightenment. You are living it, here, now, in every breath. This is Lesson 15. This is the epilogue, the circle closing and opening again. This is the truth that destroys weakness forever, not by conquering it once, but by walking the path forever, by becoming the living Dharma itself. Walk gently, walk fully, walk endlessly, for the path is you, and you are the path. Timeless awakening, beyond beginning and end. There comes a point on the journey of destroying the weak self where even the path itself dissolves. You no longer ask, where did I begin? Where will I end? How far have I come? How much further must I go? You see clearly that such questions belong only to the weak self, to the mind that clings to stories of progress and failure, of success and loss. At the deepest level, there is no beginning, no end. There is only awakening, timeless, eternal, unfolding in every breath. This is the truth of timeless awakening, liberation that exists not in the future, not in the past, but here, now, beyond all measurement. The weak self was obsessed with time. It clung to the past, replaying memories of shame, regret, and pride. It feared the future, imagining loss, failure, or death. It measured itself by years, by milestones, by achievements, always trapped in the ticking of the clock. But time is only a construct, a way of measuring the flow of change. Time has no substance, no independent existence. And when you awaken to this, the chains of time fall away. You see that the past is only memory, the future is only imagination, and the present, the now, is the only reality that ever exists. To live in this realization is to live timelessly. Timeless awakening is not about escaping time in the literal sense. Your body still ages, the seasons still change, the sun still rises and sets. But inwardly, you no longer cling to time as identity. You no longer say, I am old, or I am young, I have wasted years, or I must rush before it is too late. Instead, you realize that you are the awareness in which time appears, just as clouds appear in the sky. Time passes through you, but you are not bound by it. You are eternal awareness, watching the play of impermanence. The weak self was always waiting, waiting to be ready, waiting to be worthy, waiting for the right time. It said, one day I will change, one day I will awaken, one day I will be free. But awakening does not wait for time. Awakening is always now. It is not something you achieve in the future. It is something you live in the present. Each moment you choose awareness over distraction. Each breath you choose presence over absence. You are awake. There is nothing to wait for, nothing to postpone, nothing to seek later. The eternal truth is here, now, in this very breath. This realization also transforms how you see beginnings and endings. The weak self feared endings, clinging desperately to what it had. It also longed for beginnings, chasing the next chapter, the next breakthrough, the next success. But timeless awakening sees that beginnings and endings are illusions. A leaf falls, and you call it an ending, but the leaf becomes soil, becomes food for new life. A star explodes, and you call it destruction, but it becomes the birthplace of new stars, new worlds, new lives. In reality, there are no beginnings, no endings, only transformation. To live in this vision is to be free of fear, free of regret, free of anxiety. Think of the breath. You inhale and it seems like a beginning. You exhale and it seems like an ending, but both are simply movements in the same rhythm. Inhalation does not begin from nothing. It arises because of the exhalation before it. Exhalation does not end into nothing. It becomes the space for the next inhalation. The weak self clings to one and fears the other, but timeless awakening embraces both, seeing that breath has no true beginning or end. It is an eternal flow. Life is the same. When you awaken to timelessness, your relationship with death changes completely. The weak self saw death as the ultimate end, the great loss, the collapse of everything. It feared death above all else. But timeless awakening sees that death is not an end, but a transformation. Just as the wave dissolves back into the ocean, just as the flame returns to air, so too does life dissolve back into the whole. There is no death in truth, only change. And when you see this, death loses its power. You live freely, without the shadow of fear. Timeless awakening also means living without the burden of hurry. The weak self was always rushing to achieve, rushing to prove, rushing to secure itself. But in timeless awareness, you no longer rush because you no longer fear running out of time. You know that the eternal is already here, that you are already in it. This does not mean laziness, but peace. You still act, you still work, you still serve. But you do so without desperation, without fear, without restlessness. Each action becomes complete in itself, not a means to an end. This way of living transforms even the smallest acts. Drinking water becomes sacred because you are fully present, not rushing to the next task. Speaking to someone becomes profound because you are fully here, not distracted by past or future. Walking becomes meditation because each step contains eternity. You no longer live fragments of life. You live the whole in every moment. Timeless awakening also reveals that you have never been separate from truth. The weak self thought awakening was a distant goal, something to reach after years of struggle. It imagined a line with ignorance at one end and enlightenment at the other. But in timeless awakening, you see that you were never outside truth to begin with. Every moment of ignorance was still awareness experiencing ignorance. Every moment of weakness was still awareness expressing weakness. You have always been awareness, always been the path, always been part of the dance. Awakening is not a destination but a recognition, seeing what has always been here. This dissolves the last illusion of progress. The weak self loved progress. It measured itself by how far it had come, how much it had achieved, how close it was to the goal. But timeless awakening sees that progress is only a story. You cannot move closer to what you already are. You cannot chase what is already here. The only shift is in seeing, in recognizing, in awakening now. This does not mean effort is useless. Effort is part of the unfolding, but it means the goal is not in the future, but in this breath. To live in timeless awakening is to live in eternity. Not eternity as endless time, but eternity as the absence of time. Eternity is the now, endless, boundless, timeless. When you live here, every act becomes eternal. A smile is eternal. A kind word is eternal. A breath is eternal. Not because it lasts forever in form, but because it exists fully in the now, beyond time. This realization also deepens compassion. The weak self saw others in time, judging them by their past, fearing or hoping for their future. But timeless awakening sees them in eternity. You see beyond their mistakes, beyond their fears, beyond their illusions. You see the eternal awareness in them, the same awareness in you. And in this vision, judgment dissolves and compassion flows naturally. You no longer pity or despise. You simply love because you see eternity in all beings. Timeless awakening is also humility. The weak self thought itself the center of time, the main character of history. But in awakening, you see that you are both nothing and everything. You are a single breath in the vast universe. Yet within that breath is eternity itself. This humility is not smallness, it is freedom. You no longer need to prove your importance, because you see that importance itself is an illusion of time. You are eternal awareness beyond comparison, beyond measure. To practice timeless awakening, sit in silence and feel the now. Notice how thoughts of past and future arise, but do not cling. Let them pass and return to this breath, this moment. Notice that in this moment there is no past, no future, only awareness, vast and silent. Rest there, expand that rest into every action. When you speak, speak from the now. When you walk, walk in the now. When you live, live in the now. Slowly, time loses its grip and eternity becomes your home. This is the deepest destruction of the weak self, because the weak self cannot survive without time. It clings to past stories for identity. It clings to future dreams for hope. without time, it dissolves, and in its place, timeless awareness shines. This awareness is not weak, not fragile, not bound. It is eternal, unshakable, free. You began this journey by destroying attachments, desires, illusions. You walked through solitude, discipline, mindfulness, emptiness, awareness, the universe, the eternal dance. And now you step into timelessness, seeing that the path has no beginning, no end. You see that awakening is always here, always now. This is Lesson 16, Timeless Awakening, the final destruction of weakness, not by reaching a goal, but by dissolving the illusion of time itself. To live here is to live free, beyond beginning and end, beyond past and future, beyond fear and clinging. To live here is to live as eternity itself. And so, walk gently, walk fully, walk eternally. Do not chase awakening, live it now. Do not wait for freedom, breathe it now. Do not seek the end of the path, be the path now. For in timeless awakening, the journey and the destination are one, the seeker and the sought are one, the self and the universe are one. This is the truth beyond time. This is the destruction of weakness. This is timeless awakening. The silent transmission, when no words remain. All along this journey, words have carried you. Words of guidance, words of teaching, words of encouragement, words of destruction aimed at the weak self. With words we spoke of burning attachments, of walking alone, of cutting desire, of transforming pain. With words we humbled the ego, built discipline, practiced mindfulness, embraced rebirth. With words we explored liberation, emptiness, awareness, dissolution, the eternal dance, timelessness. Every lesson was dressed in words, pointing to truth. And yet, as you stand at the farthest edge of this path, you discover a profound and humbling realization. The highest truth cannot be spoken. No matter how refined, no matter how poetic, no matter how wise, words are only fingers pointing at the moon. They are signs, not the reality itself. They can guide you, they can inspire you, but they cannot give you the experience. To mistake the finger for the moon is to miss the light entirely. The weak self loved words. It clung to them, argued over them, used them as weapons or trophies. It memorized scriptures without living them, repeated mantras without embodying them, praised teachings without practicing them. But the awakened self knows that words are only tools, and at the deepest level, the truth must be lived, not spoken. The silent transmission is the point where words fall away and direct experience begins. It is the point where teaching dissolves into being. Imagine a Zen master sitting in silence before a disciple. No sermon, no scripture, no argument, only stillness. And yet, in that stillness, the disciple feels the teaching more powerfully than any words could convey. This is the silent transmission. It is the passing of truth without speech, the awakening that arises not from explanation but from presence. Why is silence more powerful than words? Because silence is direct. Words divide, this versus that, truth versus illusion, self versus other. But silence embraces all beyond division. Words are bound by time, strung one after another. But silence contains eternity all at once. Words are limited by the mind's concepts, but silence speaks directly to the heart, to the being itself. When you sit in silence, you are not learning about truth, you are entering truth. The weak self feared silence. It filled its life with noise, constant talking, constant thinking, constant distraction. It could not bear stillness, because in stillness it felt exposed. Silence seemed like emptiness, like absence, like nothing. But the awakened self discovers that silence is fullness. Silence is presence. Silence is the language of truth. In silence you meet yourself without masks. In silence you meet the universe without distortion. In silence you discover that awakening has been here all along. The silent transmission does not mean rejecting words entirely. Words still have their place, like maps for a traveler. But once you arrive at the mountain, you do not cling to the map. You walk, you climb, you breathe the air. In the same way, once you touch truth, you do not cling to teachings as possessions. You embody them, you live them, you become them. Words dissolve into action, into presence, into being. This is why many masters have said that the true teaching is not in scriptures, but in life itself. A flower blooming silently may teach more than 1,000 sermons. The sound of rain on the roof may awaken more than endless debates. A gaze, a gesture, a shared silence between two beings may transmit more truth than libraries of philosophy. The living Dharma is not bound by words. It flows through everything, silently, endlessly. The weak self demanded explanations. It wanted certainty, clarity, proof. It feared mystery, feared not knowing. But the awakened self bows to mystery because it knows that truth is too vast to be contained by language. You do not need to explain the sunrise to feel its light. You do not need to define love to experience its warmth. You do not need to describe awakening to live it. In fact, the more you try to grasp truth with words, the more it slips away. Silence, on the other hand, allows truth to simply be. The silent transmission is also humility. To admit that words cannot capture truth is to surrender the ego's need for control. The weak self wanted to master truth, to own it, to display it as knowledge. But the awakened self realizes you cannot own truth, you can only merge with it. And this merging happens in silence, when the mind surrenders its chatter and rests in being. Living the silent transmission means carrying silence within you, even while speaking, even while acting. It means speaking from silence, acting from silence, living from silence. Your words, when they come, arise from stillness and return to stillness. Your actions, when they unfold, carry the weight of presence. People feel your silence even when you speak. They feel your presence even when you are still. This is the silent teaching, the teaching beyond teaching. Imagine a pond at dawn. The water is still, reflecting the sky. A bird lands gently and ripples spread across the surface. The ripples are like words, movements, expressions. But beneath them, the water remains still, reflecting truth. The silent transmission is like that still water. Words may ripple, but silence holds the essence. When you live as silence, every word you speak, every action you take, becomes a ripple of truth. The weak self once feared that without words, nothing would remain. But in truth, when words dissolve, everything remains, pure, whole, unbroken. Silence does not erase life, it reveals it. Silence does not diminish truth, it deepens it. Silence does not take you away from reality, it brings you directly into it. To live the silent transmission is to live closer to reality than ever before. This lesson does not mean abandoning teaching, but transforming it. You may still speak, you may still share wisdom, but you know that the true transmission is not in your words, but in your presence. People may forget your words, but they will never forget how your presence made them feel. They may forget the teachings you recited, but they will not forget the silence you carried. This is the legacy of the awakened being, the silent transmission, the teaching that speaks without sound, that shines without words. This is the final destruction of the weak self, because the weak self cannot survive without noise. It cannot survive without identity, without stories, without endless narration. In silence, it has no place to hide. In silence, it dissolves. And in its place, awareness shines, vast, silent, eternal. To practice the silent transmission, begin by sitting in silence each day. Do not seek words. Do not seek explanations. Do not seek visions. Simply sit, breathe, and be. Let thoughts rise and fall like ripples, but do not chase them. Rest in the silence beneath them. Slowly you will discover that silence is not empty, it is alive. It holds presence, awareness, eternity. And from this silence your life will begin to change. You will speak less but mean more. You will act less impulsively but with greater impact. You will live not as noise but as presence. You have walked a long journey through attachments, solitude, desire, pain, ego, discipline, mindfulness, rebirth, liberation, emptiness, awareness, the universe, the eternal dance, timelessness. And now you arrive at silence. The journey that began with words, with teachings, with practices, ends in wordless presence. Not because words were wrong, but because they have brought you here to the edge of language, where the truth is too vast to be spoken. This is Lesson 17, the silent transmission. When no words remain, truth shines brightest. When teachings dissolve, the Dharma lives. When the weak self falls silent, the eternal self awakens. This silence is not absence, it is presence beyond measure. It is the final destruction of weakness, the final liberation, the final awakening. And so, live as silence, teach with your presence, transmit with your being. Let your life become the silent sermon, the wordless scripture, the teaching beyond teaching. For in silence, all is revealed. This is the last lesson. This is the truth beyond words. This is the silent transmission. The mirror of awakening, reflecting the world without distortion. The journey through silence leads naturally into reflection. When words fall away, when the ego dissolves, when the weak self is burned to ashes, what remains is a clarity so vast that it mirrors everything exactly as it is. This is the final flowering of awakening, to live as a mirror. Not a mirror that judges, not a mirror that distorts, not a mirror that clings, but a mirror that reflects truth without resistance. To live as such a mirror is to live free from weakness forever. It is to embody the Dharma not only as silence, but as reflection, showing the world its own face, untouched, undistorted, pure. The weak self could never live like a mirror. It was always clouded, fogged by desires, judgments, fears, and projections. Instead of seeing reality clearly, it saw only its own distortions. It looked at people not as they were, but as it wanted them to be. It looked at life not as it unfolded, but as it wished it would unfold. It looked at itself not with clarity, but with illusion, either self-hatred or self-pride, both forms of blindness. The weak self did not reflect the world. It painted over it with its own colors, hiding truth beneath layers of attachment. But awakening polishes the mirror. Slowly, with each lesson, burning attachments, cutting desires, dissolving ego, practicing discipline, cultivating mindfulness, the dust is wiped away, the fog clears, the distortions fade, and what remains is a mirror that reflects reality exactly as it is, not as you wish it, not as you fear it, not as you imagine it, but as it truly is. This is freedom. This is the mirror of awakening. What does it mean to live as a mirror? It means to meet life without distortion, to see joy as joy, sorrow as sorrow, gain as gain, loss as loss, without clinging, without resistance. It means to meet people as they are, not as your desires want them to be, to meet yourself as you are, without masks, without judgment, without stories. A mirror does not say, "This reflection is good, that reflection is bad." A mirror simply reflects, and in this reflection truth is revealed. This does not mean passivity. The mirror does not distort, but it still reveals. When you live as a mirror, your clarity itself becomes a teaching. People see themselves in you, often more clearly than they have ever seen before. Some may rejoice, some may resist, some may even fear it. But the reflection itself is the gift. The awakened one does not need to preach endlessly because their very presence becomes a mirror in which others see their own truth. This is why the silent transmission is so powerful and why the mirror of awakening is its natural continuation. Imagine sitting with someone who is fully present, fully clear, fully awake. They are not trying to change you, not trying to judge you, not trying to manipulate you. They simply see you as you are. In their presence, you feel seen, truly seen, for the first time. This is the gift of the mirror. It is not advice, not doctrine, not demand. It is simple, pure reflection. And in that reflection, transformation happens naturally, because when we see ourselves clearly, illusions fall away by themselves. The weak self feared mirrors. It avoided silence, avoided stillness, avoided anyone who reflected its truth too clearly. It preferred the company of those who would reinforce its illusions, who would confirm its stories, who would join in its distractions. But awakening makes you fearless of the mirror. You can look at yourself directly, your shadows, your flaws, your wounds, and not turn away, because you see them as they are, impermanent, empty, passing clouds. You do not cling, you do not judge, you do not run. You simply see, and in that seeing, you are free. The mirror of awakening also transforms how you face the world's chaos. The weak self was always reacting, angered by anger, fearful of fear, greedy in the face of greed. But the awakened mirror does not react, it reflects. When anger comes, it reflects anger without becoming it. When fear comes, it reflects fear without clinging to it. When joy comes, it reflects joy without chasing it. This does not mean you are numb, it means you are clear. You feel fully, but you do not distort. You allow the world to pass through you like light through a mirror, leaving no trace. This clarity is strength, because nothing can shake a mirror. The storm passes, the reflection shifts, but the mirror remains. The weak self was always shaken by circumstances, always clouded by emotions. But the awakened mirror is steady, unbreakable. Life reflects upon it endlessly, but it remains clear. This is the ultimate destruction of weakness. To be unshaken, not by becoming hard or rigid, but by becoming clear and empty. The mirror of awakening also deepens compassion. When you reflect the world without distortion, you see people not through the lens of judgment, but as they truly are. You see their pain, their confusion, their illusions, not with scorn, but with understanding, because you see clearly that their struggles are the same struggles you once carried. You see that their illusions are born of fear, just as yours were. You see that their weakness is not who they are, but only a fog covering the mirror. And in seeing this, you respond with compassion, not condemnation. Your clarity itself becomes healing, because when people are truly seen, they begin to heal. To live as a mirror also means to let go of identity. A mirror does not cling to any reflection. It does not say, "This reflection is me." It reflects endlessly but never claims ownership. The weak self was always clinging to identity, saying, "I am this, I am that. I must protect this image." But the awakened mirror sees that identity is just another reflection, impermanent, empty, passing. You no longer cling to who you were or who you think you are. You simply reflect what is here, now, moment by moment. This is freedom from the prison of identity. The mirror of awakening is also humility. A mirror does not boast about its clarity. It does not claim credit for the reflections. It simply reflects. The awakened being does not say, "Look at me, I am wise." They live quietly, naturally, reflecting truth in their presence. The teaching flows not from pride, but from clarity. And in this humility lies the deepest strength, because truth does not need to shout. It shines silently, like a mirror catching light. How do you practice living as a mirror? Begin with stillness. Sit in silence and watch your thoughts. See how they rise and fall, like reflections passing across a mirror. Do not cling, do not resist, simply reflect. When anger arises, reflect it. When joy arises, reflect it. When fear arises, reflect it. Notice that the mirror itself remains unchanged. You are that mirror. Thoughts and emotions are reflections. With practice, you stop identifying with the reflections and begin resting as the mirror itself. Then, extend this practice into life. When you meet others, see them as they are, without projection. Reflect their presence, their being, their truth. Do not rush to judge, to fix, to control. Simply reflect, with clarity and compassion. Slowly, you will find that your presence itself becomes transformative, because people will feel seen in a way they never have before. This is Lesson 18, the Mirror of Awakening. To live as a mirror is to live free of distortion, free of clinging, free of weakness. It is to reflect reality as it is, without fear, without judgment, without illusion. It is to embody the Dharma not just as silence, but as clarity. To live as a mirror is to destroy the weak self completely, because the weak self cannot survive without distortion. It dissolves, and in its place truth shines, clear, luminous, eternal. You began this journey by burning attachments, by killing illusions, by walking through silence, and now you arrive at reflection. The teachings have led you here, where nothing is left but clarity. No more masks, no more distortions, no more weakness, only the mirror, reflecting truth as it is. Live as that mirror. Reflect the world without clinging, without distortion, without fear. Let your life be the silent clarity in which others see themselves, in which truth shines, in which freedom is revealed. For in the end, the highest teaching is not words, not doctrines, not even silence, but the mirror of awakening, clear and eternal. This is the destruction of weakness. This is the mirror of truth. This is the living Dharma. The infinite return, awakening, again and again. The weak self always longed for a final victory. It wanted an ending point, a finish line, a glorious arrival where all struggle would cease and it could finally rest in triumph. It imagined enlightenment as such an ending, the day when pain would vanish, questions would dissolve, effort would stop. But awakening reveals something far greater and far more humbling. There is no final arrival. There is no finish line. There is no eternal plateau where you stand as a conqueror of life. Instead, there is the infinite return, awakening again and again in countless moments, in endless cycles, deeper each time, subtler each time, freer each time. The truth is simple. Life itself is infinite unfolding. Seasons do not stop after one spring. The ocean does not rise with one wave. The heart does not beat once and end. Everything flows, everything returns, everything repeats, not as sameness, but as renewal. Awakening is the same. It is not a one-time explosion of light that ends all darkness forever. It is the continuous cycle of remembering, forgetting, dissolving, and awakening again. And when you embrace this truth, you free yourself from the weak self's desperate clinging to finality. The weak self could not accept this. It hated repetition. It wanted permanence, not cycles. It wanted to believe that one act of effort, one great leap, one decisive awakening would complete the work forever. But clinging to finality is just another illusion. Even after awakening, thoughts still rise, emotions still pass, circumstances still shift. You may awaken in the morning, then fall into illusion in the afternoon, then awaken again by evening. But this is not failure. This is the infinite return. Each return deepens you, humbles you, expands you. The Buddha himself experienced this. Even after enlightenment, he continued to meditate, continued to practice, continued to teach. Why? Because awakening is not an object you acquire. It is a way of living, renewed in each moment. You breathe again and again. You eat again and again. You wake each morning again and again. Awakening is the same. It is an infinite return, as natural as the breath, as endless as the heartbeat. To live in the infinite return is to see that each moment is a chance to awaken. Each breath, each step, each thought is an opportunity. You do not need to wait for great revelations, for mystical visions, for cosmic experiences. Awakening is here now, in this moment, always available, always returning. When you forget, you awaken again. When you fall, you rise again. When you drift into illusion, you return again. There is no shame in this, no failure, only the rhythm of life itself. Think of the sun. Each morning it rises, each evening it sets, again and again without end. And yet each sunrise is new, each sunset unique. They repeat, but they never truly repeat. Awakening is like this. You awaken again and again, but each awakening is fresh. Each awakening reveals something deeper, something new. The weak self may grow weary of repetition, but the awakened self sees the beauty in it, the eternal freshness of the infinite return. The infinite return also dissolves the arrogance of the ego. The weak self imagined awakening as a final achievement, something it could own, something it could boast of. But when you see awakening as infinite return, you realize you can never own it, never freeze it, never display it as a trophy. You can only live it, moment by moment, again and again. Awakening humbles you, because it is not yours. It is the flow of life itself, endlessly unfolding through you. This realization transforms practice. The weak self often grew impatient in practice, asking, "When will I be finished? When will I reach the end?" But in the infinite return, there is no end. Practice is not a ladder you climb to reach the top. It is a path you walk forever. Meditation is not something you finish. It is something you return to. Mindfulness is not a task you complete. It is a way you renew again and again. Practice is not about finishing. It is about returning endlessly, joyfully. The infinite return also teaches patience. The weak self wanted quick results, permanent results, lasting results. But when you see the rhythm of return, you relax. You no longer demand permanence. You simply practice. You no longer despair when you forget. You simply return. You no longer measure progress by how long you can stay awakened. You measure it by how quickly, how gently, how joyfully you return. This patience destroys weakness, because weakness is born of frustration, of clinging to finality. With patience you become strong, not because you never fall, but because you always rise again. Living the infinite return also transforms how you see others. The weak self judged harshly, expecting people to awaken once and for all, condemning them when they fell back into illusion. But the awakened self sees that everyone lives in the rhythm of return. Everyone forgets, everyone awakens, everyone falls, everyone rises. When you see this, compassion blossoms. You no longer demand perfection. You honor the return. You encourage others to rise again, to awaken again, to return again. And in this encouragement you become a mirror of patience and love. The infinite return also dissolves fear of death. The weak self feared death as the end. But when you see that life itself is endless return, you realize that death too is not an end, but a return. Just as night returns to day, just as winter returns to spring, so too does death return to life. The forms change, but the cycle continues, endlessly, infinitely. You do not end, you return. You may dissolve into silence, into emptiness, into the cosmos. But from that silence, from that emptiness, from that cosmos, life returns again. You are not lost, you are renewed. This realization frees you from the hunger for permanence. The weak self was obsessed with permanence, permanent happiness, permanent success, permanent enlightenment. But when you live in the infinite return, you no longer cling to permanence. You embrace impermanence because you see that impermanence itself is the doorway to renewal. If everything lasted forever, nothing would be fresh, nothing would be alive. But because everything changes, everything returns, everything is sacred. Each breath is sacred because it will never come again. Each awakening is sacred because it will always return in new form. To practice the infinite return, notice how often you forget and how often you return. In meditation, the mind wanders again and again. The weak self despairs, saying, "I have failed." But the awakened self rejoices, saying, "Each return is awakening." The practice is not in never wandering, but in always returning. Life is the same. You forget truth, then you remember. You fall into illusion, then you awaken. You fall asleep, then you wake. The practice is not in perfection, but in return. This is the rhythm of life, the infinite return. It is the rhythm of the breath, the rhythm of the seasons, the rhythm of the heart, the rhythm of awakening. When you align with this rhythm, you stop struggling against life. You stop demanding permanence. You stop fearing endings. You live in the dance of return, endlessly, joyfully. This is freedom. The weak self was afraid of endlessness. It wanted closure, conclusion, final victory. But endlessness is not curse. It is liberation. Because endless return means endless opportunities, endless renewals, endless awakenings. There is no failure because you can always return. There is no loss because you can always awaken again. There is no end because life always continues. The infinite return is the destruction of despair because despair is born of endings. In return, there are no endings, only beginnings, again and again. This is Lesson 19, the infinite return. To awaken not once, but endlessly. To awaken in each breath, in each step, in each moment. To see that life itself is awakening, always returning, always renewing. To destroy weakness not by clinging to a final victory, but by embracing the endless rhythm of return. Live this truth. Awaken now. Forget, then awaken again. Fall, then rise again. Lose yourself, then return again. Do this endlessly, joyfully, patiently, for in the infinite return there is no weakness, no failure, no end. There is only awakening again and again, forever. The great surrender, becoming nothing, becoming everything. The journey through destruction, renewal, silence, reflection, and infinite return brings you to a place where even return itself is surrendered. Here, at the edge of all striving, the deepest truth shines. The greatest strength does not come from holding on, from conquering, from effort. It comes from surrender. To surrender is to let go completely, to dissolve every last trace of clinging, to yield into the vastness without resistance. This is the final destruction of the weak self, because the weak self could never surrender. It always clung, always fought, always demanded control. But the awakened one bows fully, surrenders fully, and in that surrender becomes nothing and everything. The weak self saw surrender as weakness. It thought surrender meant defeat, failure, loss. To surrender was to give up, to be powerless, and so it resisted. It tried to control everything, life, people, outcomes, even death itself. It clung with desperation, believing that control was strength. But the more it clung, the more it suffered, because control is an illusion and clinging is bondage. The weak self never realized that true strength is found not in control, but in release, not in resistance, but in surrender. Buddhism teaches that clinging is the root of suffering. The final and deepest form of clinging is the clinging to self, the illusion of I. The great surrender is the letting go of this illusion. It is the moment when you no longer fight to protect the self, no longer struggle to preserve the self, no longer cling to the self at all. You surrender the self completely, and in that surrender, you awaken to the truth. There was never a separate self to begin with. The wave surrenders to the ocean and realizes it was always the ocean. To surrender is not to vanish into nothingness. It is to discover your unity with everything. When you let go of self, you do not lose. You expand. You realize you are not the small, fragile identity you once clung to. You are the wind that moves through trees, the fire that burns in stars, the water that flows in rivers, the silence that holds all sound. You are the whole, boundless and free. By becoming nothing, you become everything. This surrender is not an idea, it is an experience. Imagine standing at the edge of a vast ocean. The weak self clings to the shore, terrified of the water, afraid to dissolve. It tries to carry its possessions, its stories, its identity into the ocean. But the ocean asks for nothing but surrender. You must let go, step into the water, dissolve completely. At first it feels like loss. Your old self disappears, your boundaries vanish. But then you realize the truth. You are not drowning. You are becoming the ocean itself. This is the great surrender. The weak self feared surrender because it feared death. But death is only the great surrender in disguise. When the body falls away, when the mind dissolves, when the identity vanishes, what remains? Not nothing, but everything. You return to the source, to the infinite. The awakened one does not fear death, because they have already surrendered in life. They have practiced dying before dying, letting go of self, letting go of control, letting go of clinging. For them, death is not an end, but a return. Not loss, but liberation. The great surrender also transforms how you live. When you surrender control, life flows through you effortlessly. You no longer waste energy resisting what is. You no longer fight the current, you flow with it. This does not mean passivity, it means harmony. Like a dancer moving with music, like a leaf floating on the river, you act in alignment with the rhythm of existence. Your life becomes effortless, graceful, free. The weak self strained and struggled. The awakened one surrenders and flows. To surrender also means to trust. The weak self trusted nothing. It feared the universe, feared life, feared others. It believed it was alone, fragile, in danger. But surrender reveals trust, the trust that life itself carries you, the trust that the universe holds you, the trust that you are not separate but part of the whole. This trust is not blind belief, it is direct experience. When you surrender and let go, you discover that life continues, that the universe supports you, that nothing is lost. Trust arises naturally, as the fragrance of surrender. The great surrender also deepens compassion. When you surrender the self, you see that there is no separation between you and others. Their pain is your pain, their joy is your joy. You no longer live for yourself, you live as life itself. Compassion flows effortlessly because you are not giving to others. You are simply caring for your own greater body, your own greater self, which includes all beings. The weak self saw compassion as sacrifice. The awakened self sees compassion as natural because in surrender there is no other. Surrender also destroys fear. The weak self feared loss, feared failure, feared rejection, feared death. But when you surrender, you have nothing to lose. You no longer cling to possessions, identities, outcomes. You have already let go. What can life take from you? Nothing. What can death take from you? Nothing. Fear dissolves because fear depends on clinging. Without clinging, fear has no root. This is why surrender is the highest strength, because nothing can harm the one who has let go completely. How do you practice surrender? Begin with the small things. When someone insults you, surrender the need to defend. When life changes unexpectedly, surrender the need to control. When fear arises, surrender the need to resist it. Feel it fully. Let it pass. In meditation, surrender the need to grasp thoughts. Let them rise and fall. Slowly, surrender deepens. You surrender not just desires, not just fears, not just thoughts. You surrender the illusion of I itself. And when that final surrender comes, awakening is complete. The great surrender is also the final teaching. Every lesson before has prepared you for this moment. Burning attachments was surrender. Cutting desires was surrender. Transforming pain was surrender. Killing the ego was surrender. Embracing emptiness was surrender. Dissolving into silence was surrender. Awakening again and again was surrender. Every step was a preparation, every practice a rehearsal. And now, here, you see the full truth. Surrender is not just part of the path. Surrender is the path. Surrender is the destination. Surrender is the awakening. The weak self fought endlessly. It fought against time, against others, against life, against death, against itself. But the awakened one surrenders. And in surrender, all battles end. There is no victory, no defeat, only peace. The great surrender is the great peace, the final liberation, the destruction of weakness forever. And so, live surrendered. Let go of control, let go of clinging, let go of self. Dissolve like the wave into the ocean, like the flame into the sky, like the breath into the wind. Become nothing and discover that you are everything. This is the great surrender. This is the final destruction of weakness. This is the truth that cannot be shaken. 21. The boundless light, living eternity in every breath. When surrender has dissolved the last clinging, when the self has been burned away, when weakness has been reduced to ash, what remains is not emptiness as absence, but emptiness as radiance. It is the light that shines when nothing is left to obscure it. The light that was always here, hidden beneath layers of illusion. This light has no beginning, no end. It does not belong to you, and yet it shines through you. It is not something you create, but something you uncover. This is the boundless light, and to live in boundless light is to live eternity in every breath. The weak self never saw this light. It was blinded by its own shadows, its fears, desires, and attachments. It mistook the shadows for reality and stumbled endlessly in the dark. Even when light broke through, it covered its eyes, afraid of truth, afraid of exposure. But the awakened one no longer fears light. The awakened one surrenders completely and lets the light shine through and through. There is no hiding, no resistance, only radiance, flowing endlessly, touching all. This light is not a metaphor alone, it is a lived experience. Sit in silence long enough, surrender deeply enough, and you will feel it. A warmth, a clarity, a presence that cannot be described in words. It is not the light of the eyes, but the light of awareness itself. It shines not outside you, but as you. The weak self-thought light was something to chase, something to reach, something far away. But the boundless light is not found in the future. It is revealed here now when the veil of illusion falls away. To live in boundless light is to see the world illuminated. Every tree, every stone, every face shines with the same radiance. You no longer see separation, you no longer see isolation. You see light shining everywhere. The face of a stranger is your own face. The cry of a bird is your own song. The movement of the river is your own flow. Light unites all, because light is all. And in this vision, compassion blossoms naturally. You love not as a duty, not as an effort, but as a natural response to the light you see in all beings. The weak self always sought greatness, wanting to be recognized as special, wanting to shine brighter than others. But the boundless light destroys comparison. In truth, no one shines brighter than another because the light is one. It flows through all beings equally. Some may be clouded, some may be obscured, but the light is the same. When you see this, pride dissolves, envy dissolves, judgment dissolves. You no longer compete, you radiate. You no longer hide, you shine. And you no longer fear others, you recognize them as light. Living as boundless light also transforms suffering. The weak self feared suffering, resisted suffering, hated suffering. But when you live in light, you see suffering differently. You see that suffering is not darkness in itself, but clouds covering the light. You do not fear it, because you know the light is never lost. You meet suffering with compassion, with patience, with clarity. You help lift the clouds gently, naturally, without force. You see suffering as a call for light, and you respond by shining. The boundless light also dissolves death. The weak self saw death as darkness, as the extinguishing of the flame. But in truth, death is not the end of light. Death is only the extinguishing of a candle while the sun continues to shine. Your body may fall, your form may vanish, but the light that shines through you does not end. It was never yours to begin with. It is the eternal light, the source of all being. When you realize this, you no longer fear death. You live joyfully, knowing that the light you are will continue endlessly. This light is also freedom. The weak self was bound by identities, by stories, by masks. But when you live in light, you no longer cling to any of them. You shine without labels, without roles, without limitation. You are not this or that. You are light itself. You may play roles, you may wear masks, but you never forget the truth. And because you no longer cling to an identity, you live with freedom, moving fluidly, shining naturally, touching all beings without fear. To live eternity in every breath means to live as this light, not waiting for tomorrow, not clinging to yesterday, but shining fully here and now. Each breath becomes sacred because each breath contains eternity. When you inhale, you feel the universe entering. When you exhale, you feel the universe flowing out. In this simple rhythm, eternity shines. You do not need to chase great visions. You do not need to achieve great deeds. Every breath is already enough, already eternal, already radiant. How do you practice living in boundless light? Begin by noticing the light within. Sit quietly and feel the presence that shines beneath thoughts and emotions. It is always there, steady, luminous, clear. Then extend this vision outward. Look at others, not as bodies or personalities, but as expressions of the same light. Practice seeing light in all things, in the tree, in the stone, in the wind, in the rain. Slowly, the world becomes radiant. Slowly, you begin to live as light itself. Living as boundless light does not mean withdrawing from the world. It means engaging with the world more fully than ever. Because when you live as light, everything you do shines. Your words shine, your actions shine, your presence shines. People feel it, not because you try to impress, but because light cannot be hidden. You may speak softly, you may act humbly, but your light will touch all around you. This is the greatest gift you can give. Not your achievements, not your possessions, not your power, but your light. The weak self wanted to leave a legacy of monuments, of wealth, of reputation. But the awakened one leaves a legacy of light. Long after the words are forgotten, long after the deeds are gone, the light remains. It shines in the lives you touched, in the compassion you shared, in the truth you embodied. This legacy cannot be erased because it is not bound by time. It is eternal. This is the boundless light, the final flowering of awakening, the ultimate destruction of weakness. For weakness thrives in darkness, in shadow, in illusion. When the light shines fully, weakness cannot survive. Fear dissolves, desire dissolves, ego dissolves. Only light remains, clear, radiant, eternal. You began this journey by destroying the weak self step by step, burning attachments, cutting desires, transforming pain, killing the ego, embracing emptiness, surrendering completely. And now in this final lesson, you see the truth. All along, the goal was not to destroy for the sake of destruction, but to uncover the light hidden beneath. The weak self was never evil, it was only shadow, and shadows vanish not by fighting them but by shining light. So live as light. Shine in every breath, in every step, in every act. Do not wait, do not hold back, do not hide. Shine fully, freely, boundlessly, for you are not the shadow, you are the light. You are not the weakness, you are the strength. You are not the self, you are eternity. This is Lesson 21, the boundless light. The teaching that beyond surrender, beyond silence, beyond return, beyond awakening itself, there is light, eternal, infinite, boundless. To live in this light is to live eternity in every breath. To embody this light is to destroy weakness forever. Shine then, shine like the sun without hesitation. Shine like the stars without end. Shine like the candle, quietly, gently, but enough to light the darkness. Shine as you are meant to shine, not for yourself, not for glory, but because you are light, and light cannot help but shine. 22. The infinite gift, living as a blessing to all beings. When the boundless light awakens within you, it does not stay contained. Light cannot be hidden. It shines naturally, flowing outward, touching everything around it. Just as the sun does not shine for itself, just as a river does not flow for itself, just as a tree does not grow for itself, so too does the awakened one live, not for self, but as a gift to all beings. This is the infinite gift. The life that has destroyed weakness and dissolved the self becomes a blessing to everything it touches. The weak self could never understand this. It lived always for itself, measuring every action by what it could gain, what it could protect, what it could achieve. Even when it gave with calculation, seeking recognition, reward, or security. It feared loss, and so its giving was limited. But the awakened self gives infinitely because it has surrendered the self. With nothing to protect, nothing to prove, nothing to cling to, its very existence becomes generosity. This is the nature of the infinite gift. It is not an action you perform, but a way of being. The awakened one does not ask, "What should I give?" or "How much should I give?" Giving flows naturally, like breath, like light. Their presence itself becomes a gift, because it radiates peace, compassion, and clarity. A single smile from them may awaken hope. A single word may dissolve despair. A single act of kindness may change a life. And even when they do nothing, their presence shines as a blessing. To live as the infinite gift is to see that everything you are, everything you have, everything you do, is an offering. Your words are offerings. Your silence is an offering. Your actions are offerings. Your breath is an offering. Not offerings in the sense of sacrifice, not offerings in the sense of loss, but offerings in the sense of sharing what naturally overflows. A flower blooms and offers its fragrance. A bird sings and offers its song. A star shines and offers its light. You too live as an offering. This does not mean you must give away all possessions or abandon all responsibility. The infinite gift is not about quantity, it is about quality. It is about living in such a way that your every act carries compassion. When you speak, your words uplift. When you listen, your presence heals. When you work, your effort serves. When you rest, your peace inspires. The infinite gift is not occasional charity, it is the transformation of your whole life into blessing. The weak self resisted this path because it feared depletion. It said, "If I give too much, I will be empty. If I serve too much, I will lose myself." But this fear belongs only to the self that clings. In truth, the more you give, the more you discover the infinite nature of your being. A candle does not lose its flame by lighting another candle. A river does not dry up by quenching thirst. The sun does not weaken by shining on all. In the same way, the awakened one gives infinitely, and the more they give, the more they overflow. Because the source of their giving is not the limited self, it is the boundless light itself. This is why generosity is called a perfection in Buddhism. It is not simply the act of giving. It is the recognition that your true nature is inexhaustible. You cannot run out of love, because love is infinite. You cannot run out of compassion, because compassion is the nature of reality itself. You cannot run out of light, because light is what you are. To live as the infinite gift is to align with this truth, to stop clinging in fear, and to let life flow through you endlessly. The infinite gift also transforms relationships. The weak self approached others with expectation. What can I gain from them? How will they treat me? What do I deserve? It judged, demanded, calculated. But the awakened one approaches others only to give, only to bless, only to serve. Not because they must, not because they owe, but because giving is their nature. And in this giving, paradoxically, they receive more than the weak self ever could, because their joy comes not from taking, but from seeing others touched by light. Living as the infinite gift also heals the world. The world is full of suffering, full of hunger, full of wounds. The weak self responded to this either with despair, believing it could do nothing, or with apathy, choosing to ignore. But the awakened one sees that even the smallest act of giving ripples infinitely. A kind word may spread through countless lives. A moment of compassion may transform generations. No act of giving is wasted, because light never ends. It flows onward, touching lives beyond what you can imagine. The infinite gift also dissolves the illusion of ownership. The weak self said, "This is mine, my wealth, my power, my knowledge, my time." It clung to possessions, fearing loss. But the awakened one sees that nothing is mine. All things flow through us, food, water, breath, even life itself. They are given freely by the universe, and to cling to them as mine is an illusion. When you surrender ownership, giving becomes natural. You are simply passing on what was never yours to begin with. To live as the infinite gift also means giving beyond material things. You give understanding when someone feels unseen. You give patience when someone struggles. You give silence when someone needs space. You give presence when someone is lonely. These gifts are greater than wealth because they touch the heart directly. And the beauty of such giving is that it costs nothing, because it arises from your infinite nature, not from limited possessions. The infinite gift is also forgiveness. The weak self clung to grudges, holding wounds like treasures, replaying them endlessly. But the awakened one gives forgiveness freely, not because the other deserves it, but because forgiveness is freedom. To forgive is to give release, to give peace, to give light. And in giving it, you free yourself as well. Forgiveness is one of the deepest gifts you can give, because it dissolves chains, for both yourself and others. Living as the infinite gift also means giving without attachment to results. The weak self gave only when it would be acknowledged, rewarded, or reciprocated. But the awakened one gives without expectation, because the giving itself is joy. A tree does not ask, "Who will thank me for this shade?" A river does not demand, "Who will repay me for this water?" They simply give. In the same way, the awakened one lives as an offering, asking for nothing in return. Their joy is in the act of giving itself. How do you practice the infinite gift? Begin where you are. Give kindness to those around you. Give patience when you feel irritation. Give gratitude for the small blessings of life. Give silence instead of judgment. Give a listening ear instead of distraction. Give what you can, not to prove yourself, not to earn merit, but to let the light flow. Slowly, giving becomes your nature. Slowly, you stop clinging. Slowly, you discover that you were never meant to hoard. You were always meant to shine. The infinite gift is not only for others, it blesses you as well. Because when you give, you dissolve the illusion of separation. You stop living in the prison of me and expand into the whole. You discover joy not in taking, but in sharing. You discover strength not in holding, but in releasing. You discover freedom not in protecting, but in offering. Giving becomes the proof of your awakening, the living embodiment of the boundless light. This is Lesson 22, the infinite gift. To live not for yourself, but as a blessing to all beings. To destroy weakness not by hoarding, not by clinging, not by protecting, but by giving endlessly, fearlessly, joyfully. To see that your life itself is the gift, your presence itself is the offering, your being itself is the blessing. So live as the infinite gift. Shine as light, flow as river, bloom as flower. Give without fear, without limit, without end. For in truth, you are not giving from yourself. You are giving the universe itself, flowing through you. You are not a small being who gives occasionally. You are the infinite gift, always, everywhere, in every breath. 23. The ocean of compassion, embracing all without exclusion. The infinite gift naturally opens the heart wider and wider until giving itself becomes compassion. Compassion is not pity, not charity, not superiority. It is the recognition of shared being. It is the ocean in which all rivers of suffering flow, and yet it never overflows, because it is boundless. Compassion is the flowering of awakening in the heart, the response of light to darkness, the embrace of truth to illusion. When you destroy the weak self and surrender into boundless light, compassion arises as naturally as breath. You do not force it. You do not manufacture it. You simply become it. The weak self could never live in compassion. It was too preoccupied with itself, too entangled in its own pain, too desperate to protect its own boundaries. At times, it imitated compassion. It offered help in order to gain recognition or to feel superior or to escape guilt. But this was not true compassion. It was disguised self-interest. True compassion arises only when the illusion of separation dissolves. Only when you see that the pain of others is not separate from your own pain. Only when you see that all beings are one, does compassion shine without effort. Compassion is the opposite of weakness. The weak self feared suffering and ran from it. The awakened one embraces suffering, not to wallow in it, but to heal it. The weak self saw others as enemies or strangers. The awakened one sees others as reflections of itself. Compassion is not weakness. It is the highest strength because it requires the courage to face suffering directly, the humility to put aside the self, and the love to embrace all beings equally. Buddhism teaches the Bodhisattva path, the vow to awaken not only for yourself, but for the liberation of all beings. This vow is the embodiment of the ocean of compassion. The Bodhisattva does not turn away from the suffering of the world, even after touching liberation. They remain in the world, like a lighthouse in the storm, guiding others to shore. Why? Because they see no separation. To awaken while others remain in darkness is not complete awakening. To be free while others remain bound is not true freedom. The Bodhisattva's compassion is boundless, and it embraces all without exclusion. The weak self judged and divided. It said, "This one is worthy of my love, that one is not. This one deserves compassion, that one deserves punishment." It created walls of preference, barriers of prejudice, limits of tolerance. But the ocean of compassion knows no walls. It does not ask who is worthy, who deserves, who qualifies. It simply flows, endlessly, touching all. The sun does not choose where to shine. The rain does not choose where to fall. The ocean does not choose which rivers to accept. Compassion, too, embraces all without exclusion. To live as the ocean of compassion is to love without conditions. Not, I will love you if you change. Not, I will love you if you agree. Not, I will love you if you deserve. True compassion says, I love you because you are. I love you because we are one. I love you because in your suffering I see my own. This compassion is fierce because it refuses to exclude. It embraces even those who harm, even those who hate, even those who reject. Not to condone their actions, but to see their suffering beneath them, to see that harm itself is born of pain, that hatred itself is born of ignorance, that cruelty itself is born of fear. Compassion sees through the action to the being and embraces the being while working to heal the action. This does not mean becoming naive or passive. The ocean of compassion does not ignore injustice. It does not accept harm as natural, but it responds differently. The weak self responds to harm with hatred, with vengeance, with division. The awakened one responds with clarity, with strength, with compassion. They act to stop harm, but without hatred. They act to heal, not to destroy. They act not to punish, but to awaken. This is the fierce compassion of the Bodhisattva, the compassion that embraces even the enemy, even the oppressor, even the ignorant, because it sees that all are caught in the web of suffering. The weak self could not bear this. It said, how can I love those who hurt me? How can I forgive those who cause pain? But compassion does not mean approval, it means understanding. To understand that even those who cause pain are themselves in pain. To understand that ignorance is blindness, not evil. To understand that cruelty is confusion, not truth. This understanding does not excuse, but it heals. And in healing, compassion breaks the cycle of suffering. The ocean of compassion also includes yourself. The weak self often hated itself, punished itself, condemned itself. Even when it tried to love others, it excluded itself from compassion. But true compassion excludes no one, not even you. To live as the ocean of compassion means to embrace your own suffering with the same tenderness you offer others, to forgive yourself, to care for yourself, to love yourself, not as an indulgence, but as part of the whole. Because you too are a being in need of compassion. You too are part of the one. When you embrace yourself in compassion, you dissolve self-hatred and allow healing to flow freely. Compassion also transforms how you see suffering itself. The weak self resisted suffering, asking, why me? Why now? Why this? It saw suffering as meaningless, as punishment, as injustice. But compassion sees suffering as the ground of connection. In suffering, you discover your shared humanity, your shared being. In suffering, you open the heart because you realize you are not alone. Suffering becomes the soil from which compassion grows. Without suffering, compassion would not exist. Without compassion, awakening would not be complete. To practice the ocean of compassion, begin with small acts. Notice the suffering around you and respond, not with pity, not with judgment, but with love. When someone is angry, see their pain. When someone is cold, see their loneliness. When someone is cruel, see their ignorance. Respond not with hatred, but with compassion. Offer a kind word, a gentle presence, a patient silence. And when you fail, when you fall into judgment or hatred, offer compassion to yourself. Slowly you train your heart to embrace more, to exclude less, to flow wider. Compassion is not sentimental. It is fierce. It does not turn away from suffering, no matter how deep, no matter how ugly. It walks into the darkness and shines light. It holds the broken, the rejected, the feared, the hated. It embraces all, because it knows that all are part of the one. To live as the ocean of compassion is to become vast, unshakable, endless. Like the ocean, you receive all rivers, no matter how muddy, no matter how polluted. You receive them, and in your vastness you cleanse them. This is the strength of compassion, the ability to embrace all without exclusion. This is Lesson 23, the ocean of compassion. To live as an embrace without limit, to destroy weakness by expanding love beyond all boundaries, to heal the world not with judgment, but with understanding. This compassion is not optional, it is the natural flowering of awakening. Without it, awakening is incomplete. With it, awakening becomes boundless. So live as the ocean of compassion. Let no one be excluded, not even yourself, not even your enemy. Embrace all, heal all, love all. For in truth, there is no all, there is only one. And when you live in compassion, you live as that one, vast and unending. This is the destruction of weakness. This is the embrace of compassion. This is the ocean without shores. 24. The eternal dance of service. Walking the path without end. When compassion ripens in the heart, it cannot remain still, like water that must flow, like wind that must move. Compassion expresses itself through service. Service is not duty, not burden, not obligation. Service is the natural movement of awakening. It is the dance of light into form, the flow of compassion into action, the embodiment of wisdom in the world. To live as service is to live as the eternal dance, never ending, never tiring, always flowing. The weak self feared service. It saw it as loss, as sacrifice, as obligation. It said, "If I serve others, who will serve me? If I give, what will be left for me? If I bow, will I not be beneath them?" It resisted because it saw service as weakness. But the awakened self knows the truth. Service is the highest strength, for service does not diminish, it expands. Service does not enslave, it liberates. Service is not about lowering yourself. It is about dissolving the self entirely, so that life itself flows through you endlessly, without obstruction. Service is the natural expression of compassion. Compassion feels the suffering of all beings. Service acts to relieve it. Compassion sees. Service responds. Compassion is the ocean. Service is the waves. Without waves, the ocean remains hidden. Without service, compassion remains unexpressed. To awaken fully is not only to see truth, not only to feel compassion, but to live as service. This service is eternal because it is not tied to results. The weak self served only when it expected recognition, reward, or success. It said, "I will serve if it changes things. I will serve if others see me. I will serve if I gain in return." But true service asks nothing. It does not measure, it does not calculate, it does not demand. It serves because service is its nature. Just as the sun shines, just as the tree gives fruit, just as the river flows, the awakened one serves, naturally, endlessly, joyfully. This does not mean that service is always grand or visible. True service is often small, humble, unseen. A kind word, a patient silence, a listening ear, a gentle presence, these are service. Carrying water, sweeping the floor, feeding the hungry, comforting the lonely, these are service. The weak self chased glory, seeking great acts to prove itself. The awakened one finds joy in the smallest act, because every act of service is infinite. The ripple of one kindness spreads endlessly, touching lives far beyond what you can see. The eternal dance of service is not about exhaustion. The weak self feared that endless service would drain it, deplete it, destroy it. But the awakened one discovers the opposite. Service renews, service energizes, service uplifts, Because in service, you step out of the prison of self and merge with the flow of life. You stop hoarding energy and instead let it circulate. And in circulation, energy grows. Just as a river remains pure by flowing, just as the breath remains alive by moving in and out, so too does life remain vibrant through service. The one who serves endlessly is not drained. They are nourished by the eternal dance. This is why many masters chose lives of service. The Buddha did not retreat into solitude forever after awakening. He walked, he taught, he served. For 45 years he gave himself to the path of service tirelessly, without end. Why? Because service is the highest expression of awakening. It is awakening in motion, enlightenment in action, wisdom alive in the world. Without service, awakening is incomplete. With service, awakening becomes infinite. The eternal dance of service also dissolves hierarchy. The weak self sought status, always asking, who is above me? Who is below me? Who should serve me, and whom should I serve? But the awakened one sees no above, no below. Service is not about hierarchy, it is about unity. When you serve, you do not lower yourself. You reveal that there is no separation. To wash another's feet, to feed another's hunger, to comfort another's sorrow is not to serve them. It is to serve yourself, because all are one. Service is the dissolving of separation into unity. Service is also joy. The weak self sought joy in consumption, in possession, in recognition. But these joys were fleeting, fragile, hollow. The awakened one finds joy in service, because it is joy that cannot be taken away. When you live for yourself, your joy depends on gain, and so it is always threatened by loss. But when you live as service, your joy depends only on giving, and so it is endless, because giving never ends. Each act of service renews joy, because each act dissolves self. This is the eternal dance, endless service, endless joy. The eternal dance of service is also fierce. It does not turn away from difficulty, it does not retreat from challenge. To serve is to enter the world's suffering, to face pain, injustice, ignorance. It requires courage, patience, resilience. The weak self avoids suffering, seeking comfort above all. The awakened one walks into suffering, not to suffer for suffering's sake, but to bring light into darkness. Service is not comfortable, it is transformative. It transforms you, it transforms others, it transforms the world. The eternal dance of service also teaches humility. The weak self wanted to be celebrated for service, to be seen as noble, as generous, as holy. But true service does not seek recognition. True service is invisible, anonymous, silent. The awakened one does not care who sees, who knows, who remembers. They serve because service is their nature, not because it builds reputation. And in this humility lies the deepest strength, because the one who serves without needing recognition can serve endlessly, freely, joyfully. How do you practice the eternal dance of service? Begin where you are. Look around you. Who needs a smile? Who needs a kind word? Who needs patience, understanding, care? Serve in small ways and do it without expectation. Then expand. Serve your family, your community, your world. Serve not because you must, but because you can. And when service feels heavy, remember, it is not you serving. It is life itself flowing through you. You are only the vessel, the channel, the wave. Let life dance as service through you, and the burden dissolves into joy. Service also means serving the world itself. The weak self saw nature as a resource to exploit. The awakened one sees nature as life itself, deserving of care. To protect the earth, to plant a tree, to care for animals, to live gently on the planet. This too is service. The eternal dance of service embraces not only people, but all beings, all forms, all life. To serve is to harmonize with the whole, to live as a blessing to the earth itself. This is Lesson 24, the eternal dance of service. To live not for yourself, not even for your own awakening, but as a movement of compassion in the world. To destroy weakness, not by hiding from suffering, not by clinging to comfort, but by walking into the world with open hands, open heart, open being. To serve endlessly, without end, without exhaustion, without pride. So walk the eternal path, dance the eternal dance, serve with each breath, each step, each word, each silence. Serve not as a duty, not as a sacrifice, but as your nature, your joy, your truth. For in service you discover eternity, not as an idea, but as a living dance. This is the destruction of weakness. This is the joy of service. This is the eternal dance. 25. The sky of freedom, living beyond all boundaries. There comes a point in the path when the dance of service, the ocean of compassion, and the gift of light all dissolve into something even greater. Freedom. Not freedom as the weak self imagined it, not the freedom to indulge, to consume, to escape responsibility, but the true freedom of the awakened being. This freedom is vast, limitless, boundless, like the open sky. It cannot be confined, it cannot be owned, it cannot be diminished. To live in the sky of freedom is to live beyond all boundaries, beyond all walls, beyond all illusions. The weak self misunderstood freedom. It thought freedom meant doing whatever it wanted, whenever it wanted. It equated freedom with indulgence, with control, with the absence of restraint. But this false freedom only deepened its chains. The more it indulged, the more it depended. The more it consumed, the more it hungered. The more it demanded, the less satisfied it became. What it called freedom was only another form of slavery, to desires, to fears, to illusions. True freedom is the opposite. True freedom is the end of slavery, not by satisfying desires, but by transcending them, not by controlling life, but by surrendering to it, not by escaping responsibility, but by living beyond self. True freedom is not the license to act, but the liberation from clinging. When you cling to nothing, when you resist nothing, when you fear nothing, you are free. This freedom is like the sky. The sky does not cling to the clouds. It does not resist the storms. It does not fear the night. It remains vast, open, unshaken, no matter what passes through it. Thoughts come, emotions come, circumstances come, like clouds, like storms, like stars. But you remain the sky, vast and free. The weak self mistook itself for the clouds, rising and falling, shifting and vanishing. But the awakened one realizes, I am not the cloud, I am the sky itself. Living in the sky of freedom means living without boundaries. The weak self created endless boundaries between self and other, between good and bad, between success and failure, between worthy and unworthy. It lived trapped in cages of judgment, of comparison, of identity. But the awakened one sees that these boundaries are illusions. In truth, there is no separation, no division, no wall. All beings, all things, all moments arise in the same vast sky. To live beyond boundaries is to see unity, to live unity, to embody unity. This freedom also transforms fear. The weak self feared loss, feared rejection, feared death. But all fear depends on boundaries, on the idea of me versus world, life versus death. When those boundaries dissolve, fear dissolves. For in the sky, what can be lost? The clouds shift, but the sky remains. The storms rage, but the sky is untouched. Death comes, but it only changes the clouds, never the sky. When you live as the sky, you no longer fear. You are vast, eternal, free. The sky of freedom also transforms how you live in the world. The weak self was always calculating, always strategizing, always controlling. It lived as if in a prison of its own making, always watching the bars, always fearing the walls. But the awakened one walks freely because there are no bars, no walls. Even when the body is confined, even when circumstances are limited, the awakened one is free, because freedom is not external, it is internal. No one can give you freedom, no one can take it away. It is your nature, waiting to be realized. This freedom is not emptiness as nothing, it is emptiness as vastness. When you live as the sky, everything is included. You are not bound to identity, but you can play any role. You are not trapped in form, but you can embody any form. You are not fixed, but fluid, infinite. This is the paradox of true freedom. By letting go of self, you gain the freedom to be everything. The weak self clung to roles and identities. I am this, I am that. I must remain consistent. I must protect my image. But the awakened one is free to flow. Today a teacher, tomorrow a student. Today silent, tomorrow speaking. Today serving, tomorrow resting. Nothing fixed, nothing clung to. Like the sky, you can hold the storm, the rainbow, the stars, without preference, without limit. This is true freedom, the freedom to be all things, because you are attached to none. Living in the sky of freedom also transforms service itself. Service no longer feels like burden or obligation. It becomes play. You serve not because you must, but because you are free to. You give not because you are bound, but because you are boundless. Service flows naturally, joyfully, effortlessly. You serve like the sky holds the clouds, without effort, without resistance, without end. This freedom also means forgiveness of all. The weak self clung to resentment, keeping others bound in chains of judgment. But in the sky of freedom, no such chains exist. You forgive, not because others deserve it, but because you are free. You cannot be bound by hatred, cannot be confined by bitterness. Forgiveness is not weakness, it is freedom, and in forgiving, you liberate yourself as much as the other. How do you practice the sky of freedom? Begin by noticing the boundaries you cling to. Notice the labels, the judgments, the comparisons. Notice how you divide the world into categories: self and other, success and failure, worthy and unworthy. Then, gently, let them dissolve. See that all arises in the same sky. See that the boundaries exist only in thought, not in truth. Practice resting as the sky, vast, open, unbound. Meditation is the gateway to this freedom. Sit, breathe, watch. Let thoughts rise and fall like clouds. Let emotions come and go like storms. Let silence expand like night. And in the midst of it all, notice the sky, unchanging, vast, free. Rest as that. The more you rest as the sky, the less you cling to the clouds. The less you cling, the freer you become. The sky of freedom is the culmination of the path, but it is also the beginning. For freedom is not an ending, it is an opening. When you are free, you can live fully, love fully, serve fully. You no longer live in fear, in clinging, in weakness. You live vast, radiant, unshakable. You live beyond boundaries. You live as the sky. This is lesson 25, the sky of freedom, to live beyond boundaries, to destroy weakness not by building walls, but by dissolving them, to discover that you are not the cloud, not the storm, not the passing form, but the vast sky that holds it all. So live as the sky, vast, open, boundless. Hold all beings, all moments, all forms in your embrace. Fear nothing, cling to nothing, resist nothing, for you are free, now and forever. This is the destruction of weakness. This is the boundless sky. This is freedom. 26. The Song of Emptiness, when silence becomes music. There is a stage in the journey where silence itself begins to sing. Emptiness, once feared as void, once mistaken as loss, reveals its hidden nature. It is not dead, but alive. It is not absence but potential. It is not silence as nothing, it is silence as music. When the weak self is destroyed, when freedom opens like the sky, what emerges is spontaneous expression, effortless, joyful, creative. This is the song of emptiness. The weak self once feared emptiness. It thought silence was death, void, annihilation. It clung to noise, to distraction, to constant motion. It filled every space with words, every moment with thought, every silence with sound. It feared what it could not control, and so it fled from emptiness. But the awakened one has entered emptiness fully, surrendered completely, dissolved into the sky. And there they discover something astonishing. Emptiness sings. The song of emptiness is not made of notes, not made of words. It is the song of being itself, vibrating through all things. It is the rustle of leaves in the wind, the rhythm of waves on the shore, the hum of insects in the grass. It is the silence of mountains, the stillness of stars, the breath rising and falling in the chest. It is not a song you create, it is a song that is always, already playing. And when you are free, you begin to hear it. This song does not need effort. It is not performance, not artifice, not struggle. It arises naturally, like laughter, like tears, like wind. The awakened one does not force it. They simply let it flow. Their life becomes a song. Their being becomes music. Every word they speak carries rhythm. Every silence they hold carries melody. Every action they take carries harmony. Not because they plan it, but because they live in alignment with the song of emptiness. The weak self tried to control life like a composer forcing notes onto paper. It demanded, life must sound this way, I must achieve this, others must respond like that. But its forced song was disharmony, noise, discord. The awakened one realizes that life itself is the true composer, emptiness itself the true musician. They surrender, and in surrender they discover the beauty of spontaneity. Life sings through them, and the song is effortless, infinite. The song of emptiness is not only beauty, it is also play. The weak self took life with grim seriousness, burdened by fear, weighed down by expectations. But when you dissolve into emptiness, you rediscover the innocence of play. You dance, not to impress, but because the rhythm moves you. You laugh, not to hide pain, but because joy overflows. You speak, not to dominate, but because silence itself wants to play in sound. Life becomes play, and play becomes sacred. This song is also compassion in sound. The awakened one's presence itself becomes music that heals. Their words soothe, their silences comfort, their actions resonate with harmony. People feel it, often without knowing why. They feel uplifted, calmed, inspired, simply by being near. This is not magic, not manipulation. It is the natural resonance of emptiness singing through a free being. When you live as emptiness, you become an instrument of the universe, vibrating with its eternal song. The song of emptiness also transforms suffering. The weak self saw suffering as noise, as chaos, as meaningless dissonance. But the awakened one hears suffering as part of the song. Even pain, even sorrow, even loss carries its own music. The wail of grief, the cry of anger, the sigh of exhaustion, these too are part of the great composition. The awakened one does not deny them, does not resist them. They listen, they embrace, they find harmony even in dissonance. In this way, suffering itself is transformed into music, woven into the eternal song. The song of emptiness is also the song of impermanence. Every note arises, shines and fades. Every sound comes, lingers and passes. Nothing lasts, nothing clings, nothing stays. And yet, because nothing lasts, everything is beautiful. The cherry blossom falls, and its falling is the song. The candle burns out, and its flickering is the song. The breath enters and leaves, and its rhythm is the song. When you live in emptiness, you hear this impermanent music everywhere and you weep, not with sorrow, but with gratitude. This song is not always gentle. Sometimes it is storm, thunder, fire. Sometimes it is silence so deep it shakes you. Sometimes it is laughter so wild it dissolves you. The weak self wanted only sweet songs, only pleasant notes. But the awakened one embraces the whole symphony, all notes, all tones, all rhythms. Because emptiness holds all, emptiness sings all, nothing excluded, nothing rejected. The song is vast, infinite, eternal. How do you practice the song of emptiness? Begin by listening. Sit in silence and listen, not for music, but for life itself. Hear the hum of the world, the rhythm of your breath, the pulse of your heart. Listen without judgment, without demand. Let sound rise and fall. Then notice that even silence sings, that in the absence of sound there is presence, vibration, depth. Slowly you realize that all is music, all is song. Then let yourself join the song. Speak honestly, act spontaneously, move freely. Let go of perfection, let go of control. Sing when you feel joy, weep when you feel sorrow, laugh when you feel absurdity. Do not suppress, do not force. Let emptiness sing through you. Your life becomes a dance, your being a melody, your path a symphony. And in this song you destroy weakness, not by force, but by resonance. Weakness cannot survive in the joy of the song. The song of emptiness also invites you to creativity. The weak self tried to create for gain, for recognition, for wealth, for permanence. But the awakened one creates for play, for joy, for love. They paint, they write, they dance, they sing, not to prove, not to impress, but because emptiness overflows into form. And these creations, though impermanent, carry the fragrance of eternity. A single word, a single note, a single gesture can awaken hearts, not because of technique, but because emptiness itself sings through them. This is why art, poetry, music, and dance have always been close to the path of awakening. They are not separate from spirituality. They are its natural expression. When emptiness sings, it becomes poetry. When it moves, it becomes dance. When it flows, it becomes music. When it stills, it becomes silence. The awakened one does not distinguish. Life itself is art, and art itself is awakening. This is Lesson 26, the Song of Emptiness. To live not as silence alone, but as silence that sings. To discover that emptiness is not void, but melody. To let go of control and let life sing through you. To destroy weakness not with force, but with joy. So live as music. Let your silence be song. Let your words be rhythm. Let your actions be melody. Play with life. Dance with existence. Sing with the cosmos. For you are not apart from the song. You are the song itself. And when you realize this, every breath, every step, every moment becomes music, eternal, infinite, boundless. At the end of this long journey, you stand where you began, but you are not the same. You are the same body, the same mind, the same person to the eyes of others, and yet within you, everything has changed. The weak self has been burned, layer by layer, illusion by illusion. The masks have fallen, the cages have broken, the shadows have dissolved. What remains is not emptiness as loss, but emptiness as fullness. What remains is not weakness, but strength, not illusion, but truth. You began by carrying the weight of your past, the chains of attachment, the ghosts of failure, the prison of identity. You feared change, you clung to comfort, you hid in weakness. But as you walked each lesson, you surrendered piece by piece. You burned attachment, you cut desire, you transformed pain, you killed the ego, you embraced silence, you surrendered completely, you dissolved into light, into compassion, into service, into freedom, into song. And now, looking back, you see that nothing was lost. All that burned was illusion. All that died was weakness. All that dissolved was falsehood. What remains is the truth of who you are, vast, radiant, boundless. The circle of destruction and renewal. The path of destroying weakness is not a one-time act. It is a circle, an endless rhythm. Again and again you will meet your old self, fearful, clinging, angry, lost. Again and again you will burn it. Again and again you will rise anew. Do not think this journey ends with a final destruction. No. Weakness returns in subtle forms, wearing new masks, whispering old lies. But now you are not afraid. Now you know the truth. Destruction is not death, it is life. Every time you destroy the weak self, you uncover a deeper strength. Every time you surrender, you awaken. Every time you let go, you expand. The cycle is infinite, but it is not despair. It is growth. Like seasons turning, like stars shining, like breath rising and falling, the path of destruction and renewal is eternal. The integration of all lessons. Each lesson was a step, but together they form a whole. Burning attachment freed you, cutting desire purified you, transforming pain strengthened you, killing the ego humbled you, embracing emptiness opened you, surrender dissolved you, light revealed you, compassion expanded you, service moved you, freedom liberated you, song expressed you. They are not separate, they are one. Each contains the others, each leads to the others, each depends on the others. To live awakened is to live all of them at once, flowing from burning to serving, from silence to song, from freedom to compassion, as naturally as breathing. The new self. And so, who are you now? You are no longer the old self, weak and clinging. You are no longer trapped by stories, chained by fears, bound by illusions. You are something new, not fixed, not static, but alive, fluid, vast. You are the sky, holding all. You are the light, shining in all. You are the ocean, embracing all. You are the song, singing through all. Do not think of this as a final self, for that would only be another cage. You are beyond self, beyond identity. You are free. And in that freedom, you can be anything. You can be silence. You can be service. You can be joy. You can be stillness. You can be everything because you cling to nothing. The final destruction, the ultimate destruction of weakness is this, realizing that there was never anything to destroy. The weak self was illusion, a shadow, a dream. You fought it, you burned it, you killed it, but in the end you see it was never real. Only the light was real, only the sky was real, only compassion, only freedom, only emptiness. And so the greatest strength is not in fighting shadows, but in seeing through them. The weak self never existed, it was only misunderstanding. And when you see clearly, the illusion dissolves on its own. Walking forward. Now, you walk forward, but not as the old self. You walk as freedom. You walk as compassion. You walk as service. You walk as song. You walk as silence. You walk as the sky. Your life is no longer about chasing, proving, protecting. It is about shining, giving, embracing, living. Every breath is eternity. Every step is service. Every act is compassion. Every silence is music. Every moment is freedom. And so your life itself becomes the teaching. You no longer need to speak it. You embody it. You no longer need to prove it. You radiate it. You no longer need to defend it. You live it. The return to the world. The journey is not about escaping the world. It is about returning to it. You do not live apart, but among. You eat, you work, you speak, you laugh, you cry. You live in the world, but not of it. You are not bound, not chained, not weak. You are free. Others will not always understand. They will still cling, still fear, still suffer. But you will serve them, love them, shine for them. Not to change them, not to control them, but because compassion flows endlessly. You return to the world not as prisoner, but as liberator, the eternal path. Do not think of this conclusion as an end. There is no end. The path is eternal. Awakening is not a final state, but an endless unfolding. Freedom deepens, compassion widens, service expands, the song grows richer, the sky opens further. Eternity has no limit. And so, walk endlessly, destroy weakness endlessly, awaken endlessly, sing endlessly, serve endlessly, love endlessly. This is the eternal path. Final words. Destroy every weak version of yourself. Burn the old self again and again. But do not stop at destruction. Use the ashes to create, to shine, to love. Become the light, the ocean, the sky, the song. Live as compassion, as service, as freedom. Live beyond boundaries. Live eternity in every breath. This is the teaching. This is the awakening. This is the conclusion. Yet remember, the conclusion is only the beginning.